Well, well, well. If it isn't chat room and my extremely loud AC in the background, but such is the cost of living in civilization. Scourge of Actually, too little too late. Copium for 5th edition is high, says at long number on YouTube. My the goat. See, you must know? The goat, yeah. Oh man, fucking go, yeah, dude, big. AZ, never heard of it? European man. Well, hey, look, you know, a lot of old people dying. Baroque. But also too much, yeah. 7 hours AoS yesterday, and now this. Surely, I must be dreaming. Well, don't wake up. Stay in the coma. It's safer there. We only finished half of it, and by half I mean over half. And I'm just throwing it to the winds. Maybe people will be here this time. I say this time as if they weren't there last time. Ton of people were there last time. We got through a whole bunch of armies from people in chat that just happened to play these armies in 4th edition. Viewer call-in, 1 question line. Long-time caller, first-time listener. We'll see how it goes this time. We got some AoS news to give people time to filter in. Plus, I don't know, maybe we'll have a little walk. Plays Hama Japan, you know? Finally randomed into big. Now the stream is acceptable. Oh, you keep joining until that's the emote? Clever use of game mechanics. I'm not against it. I recently figured out I make $100 a month on pure YouTube, like, ad revenue from live streams. You know, live streams don't make a lot from ad revenue. And so I'm like, why do I give a shit about DMCA anyway? $100, you know, fuck you. I'm just gonna do it. Like, it's fine. People will donate subs. That's the way forward. Uh, stopped reading there. Don't care. Have a Patrick Bateman. Verbalize. Take two.
With yours, my lungs breathe with yours. You're a piece of me I can't hide away. Oh, I'm under your spell. I'm aching and I'm fading, and nobody can see I'm your heartbeat. You're a part of me. Can't believe in all this time I'm hurting for you. But you feel like home around. Love you give it lift so high. I'm dying for it. I'm dying for it. And I can't let you go. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Don't lose. Oh, you. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Hide away from me. Don't lose. Oh, you.
Damn, what a bop. Gets me every time. And it's been years. Why not Grief? TY for the big primer. Appreciate it. Thanks a lot. You miss Salvatore Ganacci? That dude? I forgot about that. Where he did the quasi Akira kind of looking ass. I'm going to put that back in. Now that I no longer care about the lore, we might as well bring it back in. He's in Fatal Fury now. He did it. He rose. He missed the Interstellar Cruise. Not gonna lie. Oh, which one was the Interstellar Cruise? What was that one? Was it a Bateman walk? Hey, welcome people in YouTube chat. The car on the space highway. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you mean, hold up. I won't do the whole thing, but what's it called? Night Drive Space. Oh, yeah. There it is. And then the dancing anime girl on the bottom. Project Melody Keychain. Yeah, that one. All right. That one's pretty good too. Treasure Bateman, Patrick Berserkerman. I think I still have that one. We're just going through them. Look, we got time to kill tonight. I'm letting people mosey their way on in here. Do I have Patrick Gutzman? I don't think I didn't do anything to this one. All my other Patrick Batemans I edited myself. But Gutzman, somebody else did it. Holy shit. Damn, the details in the background, just 10 out of 10. Chef's kiss. I made sure to keep the person who did that's name up on the thing because it's so good. And I didn't want to falsely make the impression that I made it because I made all the other ones. Yeah, Forces does go hard. Banger. Old lore masters, remember when the dancing anime girl was the entire waiting video? Yeah. And I gave it a little rainy scene too, a little Sonic running around in there. I don't have that. I don't have the ancient thing. I just got, this is the oldest one I have right here. That's the oldest one there. Big return to AoS. Real legal. Vintage. You like the car intro? Oh, cool. Well, hey, I made that one. I made it out of other stuff. I didn't draw it. But, look, I assembled it. That's got to count for something.
Relaxing. Kind of invigorating. Everybody doesn't appreciate it like we connoisseurs do.
Oh, what a fucking connoisseur. It's me, Jupes. 16 eligible live viewers are watching ad-free on Twitch. Holy shit. And then Eagle tosses in the prime. Big gifto. Thanks a lot. Hey, I turned off ad revenue for this video. And Jupes just paid for the stream. So he is responsible. He's the one to blame. Mechrat has the stream pulled up on the big living room TV while you cook some dinner. Hell yeah. Dude, who got sniped? Any snipers? Bard from Eternity got sniped? Eat shit. Docking got sniped? Holy. At HeyWoah, AoS fucking sucks. Enjoy the gifts. Hey, I appreciate it. TY. Thanks for the 16 gifts. You are right. But look, 5th edition, dude, 5th edition. Everyone's getting a free hot dog. Dad's coming back from the grocery store. He really was just going out to get cigarettes. It just took him 5 years. Inflation's going down. You can get a taco at Taco Bell for $1 again. 5th edition, man. That's what there's no amount of hopes you can get high enough. There's no downside. Get your hopes up as high as you possibly can. Okay? There's no chance of the crash. You know? Hope maxing. Anyway, let's switch to the walk. Badoosh, it's me. Now with light, although it's not the final light, the other light hasn't come in yet, so I got a $12 Chinese light I picked up at fucking Walmart or something. And that'll have to do for now. It casts a yellow filter over the background as if it were a fake period piece that's low effort. You know, oh brother, we're out now, something like that. 5th edition, stock to the moon, baby. Diamond hands. It's going to go up. It's going to go so high up. I will be on the moon, dipping chicken nuggies into a flute of champagne while my wife's boyfriend buys another boat. I will be the last one to laugh. How many more factions we got to cover today? I was not taking notes, but as I scroll through them, I got a system, all right? Surely not everybody here watched the whole 7-hour thing yesterday, so I'm just going to have people type the armies they play, and I'll be the one picking it out as opposed to finding the entire goddamn list of it, if that's okay. To me, that's the best outcome for now. For now. Oh, wait, dude, I can do whatever I want, too, because no DMCA, right? So it doesn't have to be Japan. We could go to space with the Mass Effect thing. We could have some spacewalks today. We could walk anywhere we want, except outside. You can yap about Stormcast. That's good, General Grizzly, because we have not done Stormcast yet. Perfect. Ideally, I would like people with a decent microphone and or a decent room with which to talk in. But I'm not picky. If it's shit but your info is good, hey, all right, you know? And if we can't find literally anyone, then you can type, it's fine. If you haven't done Skaven, you can hop in and complain about it. Now, we did Skaven yesterday, and 2 people, it was back-to-back, 2 people did Skaven. And don't worry, your complaints were heard, surely. Damn. Isn't this so nostalgic as far as music is concerned? Holy. Oh, speaking of, what about this? Oh wait, that's the Terminator. Okay. That's just the Terminator gif. Hey, alright. It's 2007, your Commander Shepard. Rex is in the cargo hold down there. About to tell you some story that's sweet. Shepard. I got a bunch of questions over here that I'm going to attempt to answer. One after another. Hello, first time ever caught you live. Your video on attitudes to AoS is one of my favorite of all time. Proper Zen. Hey, thanks a lot. I really tried to make it introspective and helpful. In a video that some people who might be in danger of getting some imbalance about what things matter and what don't should find helpful. As such, it was one of my least performant videos back when people were watching my shit, but I thought it was important, so I made it anyway. I'm glad you liked it. You're just listening to M4 Part 2 earlier today? Yeah. Ending credits of Mass Effect 1, that song is so good. Went back and played both of them, and Mass Effect 1 was a lot better than I remembered it. I remembered Mass Effect 2 just blew it out of the water, and I'm like, damn, dude, the first one wasn't even good. I went back and played it. No, it's actually so good. The plot is way better than the second one. And sort of the feeling of the atmosphere, like what you're doing has an urgency and matters. And also no spoilers, certain parts of it super sick. Obviously, if you care about the waifu collection, 2 is, just blows 1 out of the water, right? Ain't nobody like Caden Alenko. Bitch. But one was super sick. It was way better than I remembered it being. Your Commander video deck building guide won me a tournament. Much obliged. Oh shit, I didn't mean it as competitive advice. I meant it as just being really consistent in casual Commander. I'm glad that helped you out, I guess. Not bad. I did have a question after your most recent video, says Chorkley. Made me wonder your opinion on expression in player skill versus list building. List building is expression, unless you happen to be copying it. And it's extremely important to me. If a game like a war game, right? If a war game doesn't have list building, I'm actually 100% disinterested in the game from first principles. I don't care anymore. Such is the importance to me about the creativity allowed in customization. Customization of the visuals via paint. There's a ton of that, right? But then there's also what you choose to play with and how it works together, fitting your style, if you will. Now, yes, you could just copy a list somewhere, and many do. I'm going to touch this down just a tad, okay? Anyway, you could just copy a list somewhere, but you could just copy a paint scheme too. You could even pay someone to paint your army. Many people do that. But I like having the option. And, you know, that's probably why I like Magic. It's the same exact kind of thing. It's probably why I like tabletop RPGs. Typically older ones, because most of the newer ones are like a greased chute, you know, to grab a new player who doesn't really care about reading even 2 sentences and just get that book in their hands and get them on the table and rolling dice, you know. I don't like that. I want to have 3 books open with candlelight as if I'm an actual wizard that I'm rolling up for the game, you know. But I think that's probably just my generation of 80s and 90s nerds, and the new generation is different. Mass Effect choices be like, should I genocide this race? And the answer is no, unless it's Batarians and no one cares. And you're right to do it. Blood Bowl BC, because I'm Omega based. Okay. Surely everyone doesn't want the 7-hour thing. Mr. Woe didn't think you comprehended the sheer unemployedness of your viewers. Okay, well. Some of you may be employed, but that's a price I'm willing to pay. Fair enough. You know, you're a Guilty Gear head, which is interesting to contrast as fighting games are basically all skill expression. Yeah, I'm not really a Guilty Gear head. I played it, but I never... I mean, Frank can attest, he's in chat. I learned how to vaguely move around, and then everyone kind of stopped, you know? A long time ago, I had young man reaction times, and I got pretty good at Soul Calibur 2. But that's about it, you know? Yeah, I was able to do some of the Behemoth Typhoons on purpose, although it is kind of a tricky moveset. Or it's a tricky motion, I guess, for an old guy not used to doing that. Especially like standing and while walking versions, like overheads without jumping by accident, stuff like that. In this Behemoth Typhoon... You hit old man reaction times, it's a painful fall. Yeah, dude. Quake 3 is a long time ago. What a cool character, though. Gold Dick Lewison. What an excellent character. How interesting that guy is. For ogre representation. Usually the fat guy is just like a joke, you know? And they're like, ha ha fart, right? That's the fat character in especially Japanese games. But Gold Lewis was like super interesting besides that. Now he was always munching on Burger King and shit like that, and you don't get his size without doing it, but it was cool. It was cool. Do you think they will refresh Noblars? Hopefully not, because I hate them. But I'm biased, obviously. I have found that Warhammer Fantasy players fucking love Noblars, and I don't get it. I mean, I wasn't around for Warhammer Fantasy. Maybe there's just something I've missed. But I swooped in 2015, and I'm like, oh, I want to play the big dude army. What are these tiny things? They look stupid and dumb. They're not even big and wide. Like, get them out. And their attempted humor fell flat for me. So I don't like them. And I think they're out. I think Noblars are pretty much out. We didn't get any of them with the Gluttons, and the old ones, you got a few of them in the box with Gluttons, you know? That's the only thing I have to go on. But yeah, I think they're out. Unk Souls. He's pretty high tier right now. Nice. I should watch some. I haven't kept up with it at all. Fat capitalism? Hell yeah, the best kind. When you succeed so hard, even your poor people are fat. Monkey paw curls, no new Noblars, instead third flavor of Hobgrots for ogres. Please stop. GW, please stop making Hobgrots. They're terrible. They are terrible. I was so sad for Hellsmiths that they were shackled with Hobgrots as well. Are they the new Gores or something? Some dumb creature that's stupid that a bunch of people get for no reason? Get it out. Stop it. The Hobgrot containment zone. Well, them and Crew Boys, yeah. You know, this song is, of course, extremely nostalgic and great, but it does get a touch repetitive, you know? So much nicer to have those instead of a bunch of varietous thralls. Glad we got Hobgrots and a weird tie to Cruel Boys instead of like anything good, yeah. Hit the Sonic soundtrack. I don't have hold on. I don't have anything prepared like that. You just proxy clan rats. Yeah, I suppose you could do that. You're a Hobgrot enjoyer. There is sneaky merchant class throughout the realms. My, it is cold on this winter morning. I'm not saying there should be no Hobgrots. I'm just saying keep them in the armies they're in and don't have it spread. That's all. So the people who like them can do that, but they're not, you know, coming into my country. Can I get one ape? No. Maybe in corn, and then it'll look dumb. You only like Hobgrots because having slaves is so comically evil that it fits Chorfs. Well, okay, that part does fit. I just kind of wished it was something new. Or people. I guess they couldn't do people in the modern times. You know what sick music you had going for AoS Talks? The Road Warden soundtrack. That thing was sick, yeah. I thought you were going to say Katawa Shoujo library music, but that was good too. Piano? How are we feeling about the new Butchers and their friends? You don't even play the army and you're excited to pick up the models. I think they look... Almost everything looks really excellent. Perhaps I messed up on my video because I got several comments below it that are like, this guy hates everything. He complained about everything. And I'm like, bro, I thought they were great. I talked at great length about the things I liked about every single model. I mean, I put my criticisms in too, but anyway. Yeah, the Big Butcher, I like him. And okay, well, I made a video about it, so I guess I don't want to retread the same ground and everything like that. But I like the Big Butcher a lot. The only thing I don't like about him is he's just holding a guy, just some guy, like the top half of him. I don't really like it when they do that. It's a detail. It's a detail they often add to monstrous and or undead stuff. When, I don't know, perhaps they can't think of anything else to do menacing and give you some bits. And so like, oh, he's just holding a guy. Like, okay. But everything else is so good. The sloshing, jiggling, sumo fat over muscle, a little more dexterous than a Guo, right? Kept a little bit of the culture with the top knot and the googly eyes he kind of has, although the person, you know, drew those on. His cleaver is excellent. It's got one of those circles on it. You love to see it. He's properly big and horrific looking. I like him a lot. The little butchers I don't much care for. Like, you get 3 little dollop butchers, and I don't know. They're just mini-me versions of him. And so I guess I want more. I know they're supposed to be funny, and I think they are kind of funny, actually. They're extremely spherical. But I don't know. Just little copies of him, I'm not into it. The alternative sculpt of those guys I do like a lot. That have the really interesting gut plates with arcane stuff drawn on. Got a Junji Ito spiral on one of them. I like those guys. Those guys are just holding random body parts like a toddler, so I don't like that. But you can perhaps you can switch some arms and then it's just instantly fixed, right? Friends have been calling the mini butchers butterballs. Yeah, I mean, that's what they are. I've been calling them the dollops. Sous chef, yeah. Is there a word sous, but it rhymes with sous, but it means fat? Something like, we could delve into this and come up with the perfect. I think sous chef, but like sow chef, nah, like a pig. I don't know. There's something there. The community will find it. They'll discover it. Sumo chef. That only works in text, but it is very good. Bisange coming in there with the wordsmith. You missed my previous comment. I meant one Ape Escape soundtrack. Oh, okay, yeah. Feel free to post a sentence again that I'm going to be honest, I probably missed it. I probably didn't read it and just decide not to say it. What was that Australian guy that we banned a million years ago? He's not around anymore, so I think people get the hint. What do you think of the battle traits? It's hard to say without knowing the whole picture. And that's something that I always have to mention, because whenever you see some rule out of context, everybody is always like, this is the most powerful thing ever, and then you end up playing the army and you're like, okay, actually it's fine, or sometimes even bad, But I'm of two minds about it. So here's my perspective as somebody who has played this army for a long time. Not the Gutbuster half, but has played the army for a long time. Right now, I can take a Butcher for 140 points, 140. And he projects an aura of run and charge. No resources, no rolling, not one target, an aura of run and charge always around him. And I can take 1 or 2 of those Butchers. And then all the guys just run and charge, right? That's what I can do right now. In the new book, they got a giant list of level up mechanics, one of which is run and charge. That you can only get if you first completely kill an enemy unit, or you take the centerpiece pot guy and he chooses 1 unit to do that too. So in a certain respect, it's like, here's something I have for essentially my whole army for very cheap. No rolling, no command points, no single targets. And in the new version, I have to choose 1 guy and I have to buy a centerpiece for that. And use a command point turn 1, right? So, like, actually weaker by a lot, army strength-wise. However, there's more than just that one thing on the table. There's a bunch of other things on the table, and every one of them is good. There isn't, from what I recall, there isn't a single bad choice on that entire list. That's a big step up. I'm used to looking at lists of things the GW rules writers write, and I'm used to seeing a few things on the list, and only one of them is good. Very interesting that we're getting a bunch of good things on that list, so that's cool. Level up mechanics in general, like you kill an enemy and then for the rest of the game your guy levels up, Prince Longdong style effects. Those are typically bad in Age of Sigmar. They seem fun on the page, but then when it gets to actually playing the game, you're like, oh wait, the first engagement any particular unit enters into, I really need them to do well in that first engagement. And having level up mechanics means like you don't. So typically those things are bad, although they appear fun. Now, we can take a guy to give one of them, to hand one out right away, which kind of like solves that problem, although at a big cost. They don't stack, which is unfortunate, because it seems harmless. Like, how many times does one unit kill 3 different guys in the same game? Pretty rarely, unless you're just dominating. So I thought that it would probably be harmless to do something like that. But you can switch them out. Overall, I think it's probably much weaker than the current rules. But it reads as more fun. And so many other things are probably different and changing that it's hard to say whether the army is like worse or not. I think it's a more interesting rule than what we used to have there in that section, which was nothing. Just actual nothing. In our index, our battle traits were god-awful. In 3rd edition, our battle traits were good insofar as +2 move was good. So, you know, I'm all over the place. And the impact hits are written in a weird way that allow your opponent to sometimes screw you over, but usually not. And they move in a weird, you know, I don't know. It's all over the place. I see what they're trying to do, and I think it's a lot more interesting. They're trying to do something interesting, and I can tell, and so I appreciate that. Wherever the power level lands, I kind of don't care. I'm very used to ogres being bad. I don't particularly mind. I care if it's interesting and fun, and it seems more interesting and fun than a lot of what we used to have. So, super long answer, I don't know. You don't have to kill an enemy to get the buff, just fight any non-faction terrain. Yeah, true. Basically the same thing. But, yeah, you're right. They have a nice chomp, too. They got a chomp, which is something that I was hoping they would get years ago, because I thought it made a lot of sense for the faction to be vampiric a little bit. Where they get the big chomp and they heal from it makes perfect sense. You know, very flavorful. The most recent battle tomes have been, man, they're putting a little bit of flavor back in. Maybe 5th edition really is going to be good. Let's go, you know. Gulping bites, hungry eating, no heal. No, they added a heal. It's happening. So I think the army is going to be... Also, we're moving from a unit of 4 iron guts that you can reinforce to 8. Now it's going to be 3 iron guts you can reinforce to 6. Which loses a hell of a lot. Like, that was a secret reason why the ogres were as good as they were in 4th. Because everybody else has been reined into normal unit sizes, and we're still on +1. Our gluttons were on 612 instead of 510, and our iron guts were on 4s and 8s. That's a lot of extra attacks at Ren 2 damage 3, you know? That's an extra 6 attacks a unit. It's an extra 8 attacks with Blood Feast. It's another 16 attacks if you pile in twice and get the other bonus, you know? So now that we're down to 3-6 instead of 4-8 and 5-10 instead of 6-12, I wonder, hopefully the points come down a lot, because the War Scrolls looked similar if not worse than before, and we lost an entire big body, big wound model, and there are 3 attacks from each of them, so I guess we'll see. If the points for like a Iron Gut unit are the same as what they used to be before the Battle Tome, then they're probably like, that's a huge problem. Because they're not much better, and you lost an entire model out of the deal, right? But this is all just like power level stuff. They'll figure that out. I kind of don't care. I'm just interested in if they can do the things that you're trying to do on the table, at least, you know. Which in this army is not too many bells and whistles. It's just like fucking kill them. Everyone's a killer. Even our fucking wizards are slammers. They're Homer Simpson on whacking day. I'm assuming it's the same as it was before, but like even our foot wizards are like 3 attacks, damage 3, rend 1 dudes. Like they can just randomly slap. That's cool. Powerful jars. Saves got better? No. The cavalry's save got better. I believe the Mog Beast cavalry has a 3-up save. Based on that picture we took a screenshot of, but the Beast Claw Raider versions don't. They didn't get the save. And well, I guess who knows? I don't think we've seen Iron Guts yet, but I would be surprised if Iron Guts were on 3-ups. I bet their saves are the same. I think it's more likely that we got an extra wound out of the deal. Most players are putting screens in front to protect heroes and glass cannons if they move back because of fat charge. You can slap over the screen and kill the juicy stuff. Yeah, I think the default state will be you charge in and then end of the turn you do the what was that? The Kodosho Giku. You give them the bumpity bump, you know? The one person in chat, Frank, is going to get that. Nobody else is. But you give them that, right? And you're going to say, now you may move your guy, but you don't have to, and your opponent's just not. Like 90% of the time, they're not going to move them. And then 10% of the time, they're going to move them in a way that kind of screws you over. So, dude, Kodoshogiku. In the younger days, that the leg straight up, dude, the splits. My man. Ahem. Them losing one model each makes me think the armor saves are going up. Oh, okay. I mean, that could be. Them losing one model each makes me think that their wound, they might get an extra wound. Which is like the same thing. It's all durability. It's just a different knob to turn. But or maybe their cost is just going down, right? Like it could just be that if it's 200 for 4 Iron Guts, maybe it's 160 for 3 Iron Guts, and then you're, you know, like maybe just because they're like, you can put some more guys on the table maybe. So they could do a lot of things with it. We'll see. What it does mean though is that the big block is way less damaging and there's no way to help. So like you're only ever going to have 6 Iron Guts attacking something, right? Instead of 8. So your top end damage is considerably reduced. We'll see how much that matters though, because fully juiced up Iron Guts in an 8 they put out some absurd numbers if they weren't debuffed, and even if they were sometimes. Yeah, Red's got a 4-up, and normally I would say a monster on a 4-up is fragile, but that dude also has a 5-up, and so we call it even. That's fine. How long must we wait for the one they called Big Dinner? I don't know. Somebody asked in chat before. I don't know when it's going up on pre-order for the blacks. Hey, remember that guy that I said was terrible in my video? And I didn't like him, and I even tinfoil hatted about why he was so bad as a centerpiece? I'm still going to buy him. I'm going to do it. all of you who clicked on this video, at least on the YouTube side, you saw the thumbnail of the Photoshop meme I made, the monster truck wheels. I'm doing that conversion in real life, and I'm gonna stream converting it and painting it over there on the old third monitor. It's gonna be great. We're immortalizing the meme in IRL. I'm gonna find a little American flag even.
Good job, King.
Are you gonna use truck wheels or Skaven Doom wheels? I'm gonna I think it'll be pretty easy for once. I've done a lot of conversions that were extremely time consuming and difficult. I think this one will be very easy. Because I just really have to find a toy monster truck and use the wheels. That's all I'm gonna do. Now, of course, I'm gonna paint over them. Here's the secret: a lot of people put real items on the bases of stuff. Like they'll go to some fish store, or like a Benjamin Franklin's or something like that, and they'll be like, "Well, I'm gonna put rocks on my base," so they just put real pebbles on their bases, and it always looks bad. Because the rocks look like real rocks and everything else looks like a painted model. The trick is, the things you put on the base, like even if it's a real rock, you should paint it. That's the trick. So I'm going to use big monster truck wheels and then I'm going to paint them. And that's how I'll do it. Benjamin Dixon Maria, thanks for the $5. A blue Aladdin the Sewer, thanks for 10 gift subs. Or Mandy's, thanks for tier 1, 27 months. Nice streaker. Conflux of Ogre Wizard stream, pondering the orb tonight. Meanwhile, I ponder the FIFA ball. Oh, he's a gun and ball watcher, is he? Is that thing still going on? You'll have to forgive me, I'm American, so I don't care about soccer, even if we're winning. But I hope your country does well. So it can finally throw off the shackles of the king, or I'm not sure what you win, but just make sure the wheels are hard, not soft rubber. Yeah. I'm gonna find one with plastic wheels. It'll just be better to paint over, right? Because I could just prime it, because it's plastic, probably. Mexico plays tonight. FIFA lasts until end of July. Who does Mexico play? Argentina? Maybe Colombia? Does Cuba have a team? Ecuador. Nice. Really putting Ecuador on the map. Brazil beat Japan, officially claiming Miku for the year. I mean, just thinking about those two countries, Brazil is a Latin country. So Japan never had a chance. I don't know much about soccer, but I know the Latinos win it. When they fight, basically anyone. Japan legit held them at a tie for most of the game. Oh shit, respect. Very good. Brazil's the biggest country of Japanese people, second to Japan. Well, Brazil's a massive country. Brazil's bigger than Australia, which Mercator enjoyers are surprised to hear. Japan honorary Latino. I'll be sure to tell her that. World Cup has been fun. Your city is hosting some teams from other countries, which is cool. Love to see the culture blend. Yeah, I guess that would be the fun part. It's fun to see people from some other culture rolling into your country, or no, yeah, I think this is probably holds true. Like, because there was some video that went viral after a while of the Japanese ambassador to Britain went to some pub and he had like pork rinds and he took like 3/4 off of a pint and he's like, delicious, and the British people like loved him. They're like, yeah, that's our guy. That's our guy. Honorary Brit bonger. Let's go. And they just fucking loved him. And I'm like, oh yeah, that's nice. Isn't that nice? It's cool when some other that guy's a weeb, right? Like basically, that Japanese guy, he's basically a weeabo, except for like the king, I guess, or you know, like the UK. But they love him. And it's cool to read about, like, yeah, he's a Tiabo, that dude. 10 out of, hey, plus 12. Tiaboo? That's a plus 12. I don't know if that's a real phrase or not. If it is, good work. But you saw probably that meme of the Japanese guy live blogging on Twitter going to some Texas place, and he couldn't believe the meat dimension he was entering. Like, that shit is cool, I think, when somebody else likes your culture. Ken-sama. Or when George H.W. got sick and puked on the Japanese PM's lap on video. I do remember that, yeah. I don't think you can, you know, it was a bodily function that he probably couldn't help. I don't know that it ruined relations or anything, but... A Tiabo. Damn, that's a good one. I gotta remember that one. The videos of Europeans experiencing Costco is peak comedy. Oh, because they've never seen the inside of a building bigger than a trailer before. I probably shouldn't be so cruel to them. I didn't mean anything by it. You've been seeing a lot about Europeans trying ranch for the first time and loving it. Dude, ranch dressing. It's the third wonder of the world. Surely they have giant department stores in the UK, right? Like, yeah, they don't have AC, but they're not full barbarians, you know. Heard today that Europeans got their minds blown because our stadiums are air conditioned. How much of the AC meme is overblown? I bet a decent amount. Like, it can't be the case that they really don't have AC, or that they need a license for AC or something like that. These can't be real, these things I'm reading. You got a license for that AC in your own fucking house, in your own fucking window. That can't be the case. In your neighborhood, 50% of flats have AC? Wow. That's crazy. Why? Because if it were because, like, they're old buildings or something and you couldn't fit one in a window, surely some UK factory would pop up, find a need and fill it. Capitalism, right? Like, just, oh, here's European air conditioning that fits in your weird-ass windows. Sell like hotcakes. People trying Mexican food and being blown away. Well, that's not just Europeans. Or rather, that's not just the UK. Mexican food is fucking good. The UK is 50 to 60 degrees north, which is more like Canada. I mean, it gets hotter here in America, but we have deserts, right? We got Florida, we got Louisiana, we got Arizona and stuff closer to the equator. Maybe, I don't know, maybe that's it. The no AC thing is true. It's a product we've rarely needed, so hardly anyone has it. Ah, okay. So it's like, You've rarely needed. Okay. Your summers don't get that hot, I guess, normally, but they have recently. I wonder what could cause that. Not the lotion spit, though. Okay. Hey, I don't know anything about UK politics, but sometimes I'm shown UK politicians speaking here and there on Twitter, just because a lot of Warhammer people that I follow happen to be UK or Australian or whatever. And I hear their politicians speak sometimes, and it is during those times where I'm like, damn, maybe you do need a license for AC the way these people are talking. But hey, all right. Temperatures of 100 Fahrenheit, which I think is what? What is that in? What is that in metric temperature over in the UK? 40 C? Okay. That would be horrid. You would die. I live in Wisconsin. Wisconsin borders Canada. Right up here. If you drive north enough, you cross a giant bridge and you go into Canada. And off to your east is Lake Superior. It has reached 100 degrees a few times in Wisconsin. We're north, you know? So 100 degrees is not crazy. Even in the non-desert, non-Florida parts of America. But then again, I would buy an AC unit if it got 78. I'm not trying to experience anything in the 70s. Plus, AC units are, it's like, whatever. What are they? $300? Just buy it. It'll last forever. You know? Give up 2 days of your 99-day holidays you guys go on over there from work and get an AC unit instead. You're worth it. You're worth more than that. Union jobs. Florida might be legit unlivable without AC a couple decades if trends continue. Well, I consider it that already to be the case, yeah. Having air conditioning is the same as having running water in your house. It's the same as having electricity. It's the same as having sewage and a toilet that flushes, right? It's a refrigerator. It is the bare essentials for human survival. It's in that group. It's already unlivable. Hey, well, you're doing well. How many ogre reveals do you think are left? You're thinking 3 or 4. Let's see. We saw the hunters. We got spoiled on the rhino, so clearly there's a rhino on the way. I would think, in my heart of hearts, there's not another monster or centerpiece, but I really wish there was. I still want to see lead belchers, but all the leakers tell me that that's not the case, which is very sad. How many heroes do we have? Hold on. I have an educated guess. Ahem. Butcher. Tyrant. Is that it? We just saw Butcher Tyrant, and I'm talking foot heroes here. Well, then I expect 2 more foot heroes. Because every army needs way more foot heroes than they actually want. I would like to see another 2 troop options. I want to see man-eaters and I want to see lead belchers. Instead, I think we'll get 2 foot heroes no one asked for. Based on history. Isn't there an Icy Hunter guy I got a few years ago? Technically, yeah, but it was for the Underworlds. Hrothgorn, some guy, man trapper. Oh, Pink Girl, there she is. Let's go. Pink Chan? Oh, we saw her. There she was. Anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, they did a special hunter trapper guy. Hrothgorn, some guy, man trapper. I don't know how much longer he's going to stick around. Ugliest sculpt. Oh, what an awful sculpt that guy is. Gross. Small, long, big nose like a fairy tale. Looked kind of like a big hobbit. Disgusting. So Firebelly and Huntmaster, I don't think they'll do a Firebelly. I think Firebelly's done. He's gone. Huntmaster, I don't know. We got a lot of hunters. They just showed a squad of hunters. We have Icebrow Hunter, although I can't remember if he's going away or he might be going away, now that I think about it. We got Bloodpelt Hunter, that in between time period Bloodpelt Hunter guy who's small. So yeah, maybe yet another hunter. Maybe that's one of the foot heroes. Hopefully we get a priest on foot, for fuck's sake. That'd be cool. If it has to be a foot hero, I would want a Beast Claw foot hero who's a priest, like a hunter type. And then, what's the other foot hero I would want? I don't want, basically I don't want another foot hero. Give me a monster. Your foot priest is on Red's base. Pain Dio, yeah, I saw it. And Bragg the Gutsman is also on that base. I would have liked that guy. That guy's kind of cool. Big Hopium, new hero is a Frost Shaman that channels the Everwinter. That would be cool. Been waiting for a foot hero for a while that is a priest. Yeah, warrior priest would be pretty... I mean, everybody's a warrior. X. Everwinter is dead. Yeah, you're right. Maybe not. Right? True about the cat skills. You are right. Guns and Noblar units getting their own faction. Guns and Gremlins. I don't know. I feel like goblins have plenty of shit going on. In Gloomspite Gits, right? However, what Gloomspite Gits doesn't need is like a 6th fucking half army in the same book. Dude, trust me, says a black powder unit is staying and a named man-eater character. Oh, okay. So a named man-eater black powder guy. I could believe that. That's believable. So, Hunter on foot and Black Powder on foot as the final 2 foot heroes, just so we have a few too many foot heroes, because that's typically what they try to do. That makes sense. I could believe that. It'd be nice to have 3... Dude, we're going to have like 3 named characters for the first time ever that are in the main game, I mean. Are there any rumors about Noblars getting a refreshed unit? Not that I've ever seen, no. I think everybody is like, Noblars are out. Which is great news for me, but bad news for anybody who likes Noblars. And Warhammer Fantasy players, because those 2 things are the same thing. 0 BCR named heroes. Bro, we're on our way out. We're like the Noblars. The Monkey Paw, I'm like, get Noblars out of Ogres. Those guys are dumb and stupid. And then the Monkey Paw curled, and it's like, okay, but Beast Claw is going to go too. I'm like, all right. Is it worth it? a Blood Vulture master. He's just going like this, and he's got like 17 Blood Vultures just perched all over him. It's got the old Blood Vulture rule where you pick a point on the whole table and deal 1 mortal wound to it for each of them, and they're just flying. Raven Swirl. Would the Ogre Tome being interesting be enough to have you play a TTS match at least? I feel like I should, you know? It'd be good for the channel. If when Ogres came back, I played them once or twice, you know? I think it'd be good for the brand. I want BCR to still be a thing because FEC has essentially become BCR and it feels awful. Interesting. Well, we can shake hands, I guess. Good luck, Neridum, behind 5,000 vultures. It's a shame you understand why people are a lot more keen on the thick boys, but you do like the little goofballs. Yeah, it's just if you make a chaff unit, you have to play it. So there's two things, you know. I don't like Noblars aesthetically, but if they print Noblars, then they're just like objectively correct to run because you really do need screens. And so I have to play with things I don't like, unless I want to just be worse. Which I guess, you know, sometimes you got to do anyway. Ride the Ogre hype train just a tad? I might as well as a treat, you know. Yeah, FEC is Oops All Dragons right now, which is similar to like an all Oops All Stonehorn kind of thing, just from a list building perspective. Great part of 5th AoS will be new HeyWoah faction videos. It's all coming back. I can't wait. Don't forget to get your hopes up as high as humanly possible. But everything, yeah, it's going to be just like the old days. It's going to be Grell doing every army video. And this time, I got over half the way. I got well over halfway there in 2nd Ed. This time with 5th, I'll do an every army video. It'll hit 1 million. One time. And the game will be good, so I won't feel like I'm rug pulling people that I'm propagandizing to about the game, which is the main reason I haven't done much in 4th, because I don't want to tell people, get people hyped up about a game that I myself don't feel very good about, just morally. Dude, the Hopium Industrial Complex is feasting. Big hope. Which army would you imagine would hit the 1 million mark? That would every army. Like, I used to do these every army and AoS things where I talked about every single faction and propagandized all of them. It would be that, if anything. I don't think any one faction could do that. Maybe on somebody's channel that does 40K anyway, so they have a larger viewer base to draw from. But probably not for just AoS. Alex True Custodian, thanks for the $5 on YouTube. I'm gonna click like because YouTube allows me to. Building some Hellsmiths of Hashish right now. With this in the background, what are your thoughts on them 9 months after release? Also, Noblar's stay. My GW uncle told me. Oh, he worked there? Okay, well, shit. Sorry. My thoughts on them after release. I have not followed AoS, really. I'm truly in hibernation waiting on 5th because I think 4th edition is boring and bland and shallow because it is a reset edition. And so instead of going over every battle tome and me talking about how shit they are and how much I don't like them and complaining about all of them, I'm like, I'm just going to spare people. Everyone already thinks I'm the professional hater who hates everything. Why am I going to go through every battle tome and be like, this shit sucks, this game sucks? I don't want to do that. And so I've just been hibernating, playing EverQuest, you know, PoE, doing, you know, just streams every once in a while when something cool happens, reveal shows, stuff like that, and just biding my time. I did a review of Zinch and Lumineth because I did a little research and it seemed like everyone said those books were really good. And so I did those two so I could do something positive because those books were good. I didn't look at Helmsmiths. I didn't look at them. Somebody talked about them last night because this stream is part 2 of me bringing people on and just dragging them into Discord if they're an expert on an army and just telling me, hey, what's happened in 4th with this army so far? And so somebody talked about Hellsmiths last night, and it seems like they're struggling to find their place gameplay-wise. They're very slow. Their shooting is like okay. Their battle trait feels superfluous since we already have the command point system and it's not quite the old OBR level of interesting. It's just a little bean counting and bringing guys up to normal instead of something good up to great. The bull centaurs are awesome. And the main guy helps out your battle traits, I guess. So they're just like, they're alright. I wish their rules were better. But a person who plays them would know a lot more than me. I just got the Cliff Notes last night. As far as the look and feel of them, I've never really been a super big fan of big hat evil dwarfs. But their lore is cool. And their centerpiece is okay. I wish the creature looked better. Damn, maybe this is why everyone says I'm negative. Will Smith's of wife's name out your fucking mouth. True. Oh yeah, and they got Hobgrots, and I didn't think they should. It was neat when Cruel Boys got Hobgrots, but I don't think they should spread. I guess they're slaves, so I suppose it makes sense to draw from other wretched creatures, right? Anyway, good question. Thanks for the $5. If you have a follow-up, I don't mind. Speaking of those old every faction videos, appreciate the Vampire Hunter D recommendations. The movie changed your brain chemistry and you got all the books. Dude, yeah. Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust, this shit was sick. It's a good popcorn movie and really good animation from back in the olden days. It's also, the whole movie reminds me of a Rift's adventure. It's like Vampire Hunter D Bloodlust. That movie is just one Rift's adventure. Like it's a one-shot Rift's adventure. It's sick. You're a fan of the cultist-esque flavor of the butchers? Any idea if Rend 1 or 2 butchers is doable, or is it much better idea to get a tyrant or the other hero slot? Without seeing the rules, I wouldn't dare tell you what to purchase with your money yet. I bet the butchers don't have their aura of run and charge anymore. Like, we gotta see what they do. The Tyrant has never been, to me, really that good unless he was being used as a bowling ball combo during that one season. With Monster Guts or whatever, and Kragnos. But he's always been a foot hero that's big and looks like he does damage, but it's a trick and actually doesn't and just unlocks battle line for you. I never liked the Tyrant, really. So I'm hoping his War Scroll is cool and fun. But probably Butcher is just going to be better because it's a wizard. Who knows? I'm going to, like, somebody's going to spoil this book, right? Like, somebody's going to leak it. And when they do, it's going to be chilly this cold winter morning. And we're going to go over it on stream, and then I'll be able to say more. But I'll still be hampered because we won't know the points unless they spoil that too. So I'm probably just going to get one of everything for hobbying and then let the dust settle after that. Just got off work. What'd you miss? Nothing. We're just going on a walk. Before I start bringing people in, we chat AoS proper. Hellsmith's new player tip, watch Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Yeah, probably. I think I'm going to, for the next video, I'm going to keep that. I'm not going to do the 2-video explanation thing in a thinly veiled attempt to prop up a second channel. I'm just going to do a good video. But I think the movie reference, or the movie recommendations are still good. I'll do that again. Or just did the fly hands. Yeah, it's funny. Tyrant may be a trap. You'll keep an eye out then. You were thinking of getting the new box to save money. Like all things, makes sense to wait. If you were... It depends on how hobby-focused and how gaming-focused you are. I think actually all of the new ogres look so fun to paint and convert. Even the new hunter guys. I'm probably not going to even use the new hunter guys. I kind of want to paint them up. And I say guys, but maybe girls. I think they might be female ogres. At least a leader. And female ogres do exist in the lore. They have for a while. This isn't, this is canon. Movie recs were great. Game recs could be fun too. Oh, yeah, well, maybe a game rec too. Monkey only uploads quality slop. We only like his vids because they're good. Yeah. It's like the would you still love me if I was a worm thing, the girlfriend question. Would you still like my content if it was bad? How dare you? As an incarnate, is massive ice yeti done to death? Yeah, it's pretty well-traveled ground, I would say, but an ice elemental, the well of ice elementals has basically gone dry as well. I really don't want... What I really don't want is an endless spell, or an endless prayer, or an incarnate. I don't want any of that shit. I like units. I don't like endless spells. Or anything like that. So I'm hoping we don't get any of those. Those things might be on the way out, but we'll see. Vince better get you on Warhammer Weekly for that Ogre Battletome review. I don't want to presume, I wouldn't impose myself upon his good graces like that to assume that I would be on for the Battletome review. However, if I had to make an educated guess for whenever that Battletome leaks, whenever it happens to leak, I bet I'll probably be on Warhammer Weekly. Don't quote me on that. I'm not trying to impose, but it could be that I would be on the short list. One would think. You've always been partial to the music recommendation per faction? Yeah, I could do that too. I mean, look, we can't do too many recommendations of all the different flavors and everything, but... Baby, of course I would love you if you were a worm. I would feed you, I would raise you, and watch you grow into Shai Hulud, the Maker. And together we would rule Arrakis. Boy, Arrakis. Yeah. That fucking guy. Yeah, good one. Good meme. I started reading your paragraph without skipping to the end first, and so that could have gone anywhere. I thought you were going to be like, baby, of course I would love you if you were a worm. I'm a wormophile. This is the perfect time for me to come out to you. By the way, in the closet, I got a slip suit. I'm wondering if you could wear it. Now, mind the zipper. It's pretty small. Do I have a streamer for you? Recommend Plibit VODs for each faction? Oh, hell yeah. Okay, so Daughters of Cain. It's the one where she's looking at the spaceship for Avatar, and I ask her why the ship got booba. It kind of does. Kind of does have one at the top. She almost dies of hyperventilation. They call him Dr. Worm. Badlands chugs beet juice. Hey, whoa, Plibbit voice. Oh, shit. What are your hopes for Fire Slayer's Dwarf Soup? I hope that Fire Slayers are not part of Dwarf Soup, and I hope that Dwarf Soup is a lie. It was a terrible thing that they did to Iron Jaws by souping him into the same book with Cruel Boys and Big Wah and formerly Bone Splitters. I consider that an insult. Most people's battle tomes, most people's battle tomes are only like half worked on. You can tell. It's like half-assed. And now you're going to put 2 armies in one book and half-ass each of them? But that would have been a whole ass. You don't have enough to half-ass each of them. You got to like quarter-ass each of them now. It's bullshit. Don't do my boys Fire Slayers like that. They need the fucking as much help as they can get. Keep them separate, keep them unique, keep them interesting. You're not putting IDK and Lumineth in the same book, then give the same respect to orcs and give the same respect to dwarves. And anyone campaigning for that is like willfully, please let my stuff be worse. Please, I want it. I want my shit to suck more. I want my army that I like to be relegated to one singular best hero from it, and that's it, because the rest sucks because they didn't have time to work on it, and then playing 90% KO with one Fire Slayer guy. Like that's what you're gonna get in a Dwarf Soup book. Don't do it. You're signing your own death warrant. Anyway, I'm sorry I blew up. Unfortunately, dwarfs don't make as much money, so to the soup you go. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy, though. I wouldn't punish them for that. I'm not a businessman, but, you know, their rules have been terrible for 6 years. You came up with a bad idea for what they look like. You're going to punish players who like them. Give them a real chance, you know? Maybe they don't want to throw good money after bad, but the new Fire Slayer models, every time they make them, look better and better, you know? You don't think Fire Slayer soups are the ones asking for... Yeah, I know. Yeah, I figured not. Do we know the least played factions? It's Fire Slayers. You know the other least played factions? The ones that they got rid of. Bone Splitters. BOC was not one of the least played factions. Or rather, it wasn't as least played as some of the other bottom 5, but they were not a popular army. Bone Splitters was the least played and least purchased. I would go to 120-person tournaments and see 0 Bone Splitters. Like, I know tournament play isn't everything, but it was a really dumb idea to make an entire army based off of one singular meme guy from End Times. Yep, that was a bad idea. They have better ideas now when they make new armies, but that was a rough period. That's how Iron Jaws came to be as well, except they actually gave Iron Jaws a decent spread for being a launch AoX thing, you know. Fire Slayers, though, was just like Magmadroth and then the same guy, copy and pasted. Inventador Soup, the rumors are just that they're adding new normal dwarves to Slayers. That's weird. Just what Fire Slayers needs. More 4-inch move, classically slow, durable guys. Like, that's what you are already. Give them magma dogs and, like, anvil golem robots or something. You know, do something cool and interesting with it. I feel like the place for normal dwarves is cities. That's where you put normal dwarves, if anywhere. To me. Don't support army. No one plays it. Don't support it. No one plays it. Don't support it. No one plays it. Delete it. What did you expect? Hey, well, do you have any thoughts on the new old world reveals for Warriors of Chaos? The dopest shit ever. 10 out of 10. Every single model that I saw that I can remember offhand right now from that was a 10 out of 10. In the olden days, Age of Sigmar mogged every preview by our models shitting on everyone else's. And now TOW does it to us. Doesn't feel good. So now the company makes 120 different Slaves to Darkness guys instead of 60. Cool. Absolutely amazing. Fridge Frazetta, 10 out of 10. Looks so good. If I did a reveal show review video like I did for Ogres for Slaves to, or for whatever they're called, Warriors of Chaos, the shoot would be like 10 minutes. Carry the one. It would be 6 minutes long, and it would be me only talking about how cool everything is and then getting to the criticism section and not being able to find any. Like the only thing I could critique is that they're on square bases, which means their poses aren't good. That's it. I can't find any other downsides from what I recall. They're in a game that uses square bases, so their poses are uninteresting. That's all I could possibly say to critique them. They're amazing. Even the two-headed dragon one is a nod back to the older one, and so any goofiness about it is clearly a reference, and so I can't critique it too hard because that's what they were trying to do, you know? Yeah, how the tables have turned. We also used to have fun rules, too. Man, ever since TOW came out, Age of Sigmar's rules got worse and more boring, and our models started getting mogged by the other games. What is this? What's happening? Their barbarians mogged the Dark Oath ones too. Well, the Dark Oath guys did not look good, so that's easy. But the new Slaves to Darkness guys for AoS looked great. It's just the TOW ones also look great. And I would have to say probably better. Like they legitimately, their aesthetic, it's just a better one. It looks better. Their poses aren't as good, maybe, because they're all ranked up, but that's it. That's the only thing I could say. My dog mogs the Dark Oath guys. Yeah, true. I don't know why they made those awful things. They turned the tide. Time to burn my army. Yeah. Painted 2 start collecting slaves and you want the old world ones more. Yeah. It's the Top Gear meme, you know? Because the AoS slave refresh, it was so good. It really was so good. And so I'm doing the Top Gear meme, right? That one's very nice. But I like this one. Or what is it? This one's brilliant, but I like this one. I think that's it. Bard from Eternity. We have really cool, interesting, weird cultists. What if we made naked, boring cultists and then shit-canned all the cool ones? I don't know why they did that. This is brilliant, but I like this. Okay, yeah. I can't believe Lo Wang got me to buy OW models. You like their poses being that boxy? It makes them more sinister, like the Demon Knights from Final Fantasy II. A little bit, yeah. And obviously they're supposed to... You're not really supposed to look at one figure for rank and flank games like that. You are supposed to look at them as a squad. You're supposed to look at them all ranked up. That's what the whole thing is or that's what the whole thing is intended to be. So it's a little unfair to just single one out and be like, it's boxy. Of course it's boxy. It's supposed to rank up. So you should be looking at a unit of them. Look at how fucking fair I am. Now GW just needs to finally flesh out their non-Nurgle god-focused chaos factions. Should we get to some news? I think it's been long enough. Abouts. Unless anyone's got a big tangent question. You ordered a box of the new Gorger kit. Came out a few years back in prep for new ogres. HeyWoah, have you built or painted the new Gorger kit? I have not, no. I liked it, and I played it on TTS a few times. I think it's mechanically very nice, and it fits nicely into an ogre army. A little too expensive points-wise, but I didn't buy it because I don't play Gutbusters. I play Beastclaw. That's the only reason I didn't buy them. Otherwise, they're great. Although, Beastclaw, looking like it might be on the way out, so hey, alright. If I made an ogre army out of just the new stuff, I would probably play a Gorger or two if they get the points right this time. They're pretty good. It's nice to have a trick, you know? Do you think the new Rhino Tyrant will replace Stonehorns? Not right away, but eventually, probably. They did not say that they were retiring Frostlord and Stonehorn, and in fact, they're in the Akshi thing. So we're keeping all of our monsters. But I think the writing is on the wall, and maybe in 5th edition it'll go, or a little after that or something. But I think we'll keep them around. Or, hey, maybe different than everyone else that this has ever happened to, maybe 5th edition launch box will be like the second half of Ogres, and it's just the entire Beastclaw line is back in new kits. That's within the realms of possible by a lot, like physics, mathematically speaking, it's possible, but military grade, yeah, not even I can summon that type of hopium. Okay, I'm gonna play with my toys as long as they let me to, and then I'm gonna gracefully throw them in the garbage can when they legend them. And I will have gotten my money's worth. I played them for 10 years and I had a lot of fun. You have to buy the AoS Chaos Warriors because otherwise GW would think Old World is overtaking AoS in sales because they don't know better. Aren't they putting their finger on the scale by making theirs cooler? Ahem. Will you continue ogres if BCR goes the way of the bone splitters? Yeah, probably. If the army is fun to play. I think the models are good enough. And all of the problems I had with the models for the most part are pretty easily fixable. You know, if you don't like the helmets, just don't put them on. Right? And if you don't want bald guys, you want cool helmets, well, you can find them, right? You can find a helmet somewhere on the internet and then put them on if you really want, right? The only thing that really is not fixable is the heads on the mall beasts, if you don't like those. It would be way too hard to give them proper heads and meticulously, perfectly green stuff them on for all of them. Now, I'll just make memes about them until I Stalingrad myself into fucking liking them. What if I only have one idea ever? Then congratulations, you're retarded. I love that. I can't believe that happened. It was so good. It was the perfect question. I couldn't have even come up with a better one. It was so good. I got to hear it live. That was a gift. Hey, well, what attracts you more to Beastclaw compared to the Gutbuster side? I like the giant monsters. The Stonehorn as a creature is just way more interesting to me than guys on foot. Woolly mammoth attack mounts are so cool to me. So it's the monsters. I think they're like biologically interesting. I think they look awesome. It is the quintessential AoS thing, which is over the top and then over the top one more time. Like you think it's the ogre army, all the guys are 10 feet tall and they're just big, but no, that's not big enough. It's 10-foot tall ogres that are riding even huger things. Like that's, to me, that's funny. And I think their lore is better. Chefs, like blood chefs that are just like mercenaries and eat people. Free shrugs. Meh. Co-evolution of domesticated beasts. The whole concept of the Everwinter is taking something that was meant as a curse and you turn it into a strength. To me, that's good storytelling. They're cursed with the Everwinter, and they overcome this curse, or they overcome this adversity to such a degree that they turn it into their greatest weapon. And I think that's very interesting as a story beat. Versus, we eat people. And we make soups. We make soups, dude. We're mercenaries. Okay, cool. So anyway, yeah, I think their lore is much more interesting. Their story has an actually compelling theme to it. That of turning a weakness or turning a curse or turning an adversity into one of your strengths, right? Not only overcoming it, but flipping it 180. I like that more. And the big monsters are sweet. And I like battle mammoths and elephants and stuff. And there you go. Are there any other armies you would be excited to play from a theme or aesthetics perspective? Slaves to Darkness have a great look. Just Fridge Frazetta. It's just classic. You know, evil black knights with fluffy collars and capes and black full plate. They're just great. They're just great looking visually. You love to see it. Any other army visually? Probably not. I like parts of all the other armies, but probably not enough to buy the army. I really like Namarti Thralls. and wave chads, but I really don't like the sharks and eels. The turtle is really cool, but the Hound on his back isn't. And that's about all I have to say for IDK, you know. I like some Stormcast, but there's just way too much of it, and you don't want to play a poster boy faction. You're signing up to make the most purchases, the most required purchases ever over time.
Beats.
Diets. The double meatball Loon Boss on Mangler Squigs is the greatest sculpt they've ever done in the company, I think. But I would never want to play that army. 5 armies in a trench coat? Jesus Christ, yeah. I know we were only talking about aesthetics, and I shouldn't let gameplay creep in here, because we're just talking about look. But, you know, Gloomspite Gits, they look like what they should look like, and it's very nice. It's just not my thing. But I can respect quality even though it's not my deal or my bag. And that's why the Loon Boss is the best, I think. Catacross himself is cool, but I don't like anything else. Too small. Ahem. And even if you commit, let me produce Sarcosanct. Yep, I had 1 squad. I had 10 Sarcosanct. And Knight Incanter. Gone. Into the trash they go. There's a bunch of others. I could go through all 25 armies, but that would take a while. Basically, Slaves to Darkness on aesthetics, because I like almost everything in there, and it's just classically great. Everybody else, or a lot of other people, it's like ups and downs, and I don't know that I would want to commit to actually playing an army. If I, say, just really didn't like eels and sharks, then IDK is probably not the army to play, because one of them is going to be good, always, right? And the Thralls are never going to be good, unless they get a rewritten book. What about from purely gameplay or fun perspective? I haven't caught up to date on all of the 4th edition armies yet, so it's hard to answer that. Purely from a fun or gameplay. Probably nothing at this point right now. We're just in the part of the reset edition where we've started to get halfway decent battle tomes again. For 4th edition, anyway. And so I'm waiting until 5th until some more rules come back. Some more options come back. You know. Probably nothing, yeah. But also, I feel like I answered both of your questions in a way you didn't intend. And I didn't mean to, but I'm basically hibernating until 5th, and then you asked me what kind of gameplay I want, and it's like, other stuff. Serious, thanks for the watch streak and the Biats. Gloomspite's so good because of the focus on midfield and Gloom buff. They are nasty on the table with Swaz and Moon Clan, Gits, and Squigs, yeah. I just don't want to pay. I don't want to play a Horde army. And they're a little too silly for me. I appreciate their silliness a lot. And I think it's done well in Gloomspite. In ways that it was not done well in my IMO. In, say, Ogres. Or some other armies that I can think of. I think Gloomspite kind of nails the horrific silliness. Like, if you think about it, it's actually a horror movie, what's happening here. And some of it is legitimately funny. Iron Jaws hits a good humor as well, I think. Vengeful Jan, thanks for the $10. Appreciate it. Jukes beat you to it. He bought the stream today. He funded the stream. And so I appreciate your $10. It'll go towards next stream. Appreciate. To be fair, it's all connected. Have you ever heard of mechanics, dynamics, and aesthetics? Yes. It's a fundamental game design principle, but essentially mechanics create dynamics that infer aesthetics. Yep. I'm somewhat What's the Defoe thing? I'm somewhat of an amateur game designer myself. It's all connected. I think I did a few game design streams way back in the day with PowerPoints and stuff. I could do another one if I had time. But I don't know, dude. EverQuest Legends is coming out tomorrow. We'll see. We'll see what we got. What are your thoughts on Fire Slayers plus Magmadroths? We did that yesterday. If you're talking about gameplay, we covered Fire Slayers yesterday, and I brought on somebody who plays it, and they went all through it. So if you want that, that was all on the stream yesterday for an in-depth thing. If you're just wondering my personal preference as far as their theme and aesthetics, I think Fire Slayers are really bad. Just a terrible idea to take one singular Slayer guy and Control V him that many times with that little difference between them. No pants, no shoes. Terrible idea. Magmadroths are fine for when they came out, but they really didn't age very well as a monster. Sorry to say. And also, just looking at them, they have... Mohawks are cool. First, let me chill. Their Mohawks are cool. But you have power dwarves. Red Mohawks. Alright? They should be the fast dwarves. What are you doing? They don't even have pants so that they can run fast. They should have been the fast... Mechanically, they should have been the fast dwarves. In my opinion. And they should have like crazy magma mounts and golems and shit made out of like anvil hands, and they just... Anyway. A crazy lack of creativity for the aesthetics of an army Fire Slayers, in my opinion. But they've been fixing that. Almost every new thing that keeps coming out for Fire Slayers, they undo more and more of their mistakes each time, and I really like a lot of the new guys they have. It's just one pity hero at a time, so it takes forever. Also, with the short arms that dwarves have, when they model them in attack poses, it looks like they're flailing around. That's a Fire Slayer. It doesn't look good. They gotta improve that. Perfectly symmetrical, yeah. Anyone who plays Fire Slayers in the chat, I'm not personally attacking you. I was asked for my opinion. And you can tell me ogres suck, and I'd be like, yeah, you know, the Frost Lord probably is looking kind of old nowadays. It's fine. And yet the Sky Dwarves are the fast ones. The Sky Dwarves should be the slowest ones, except that they can hitch a ride on ships and stuff. So that's their way of being fast. But when they're not getting the ship stuff, then they should be like the slow ones. Just stand and shoot. We're the dwarves in board shorts surfing on waves of magma. True, we have a wave Chad. Why don't we have a lava Chad? Make a new Gotrek where he's surfing on a wave of lava, just like the wave Chad in IDK has a cloak made out of it. Same thing. Have him be the leader of Fire Slayers. Give him the keyword. Put him in the army. Call me. Elementals, you say? Elephant people? Loxodon? Hell yeah. Magmadroths as a race is interesting to explore the concept of, right? Volcatrix being the progenitus of Magmadroths. You can give all sorts of different types of them. Fast dog ones, giant sandworm magma version, you know. You can do a bunch of stuff with creatures like that. Plenty of space to explore. Catacrow style dwarf diorama with epic lava waterfall volcano. Oof. Andros are always so cool when they show up in the novels. Yeah, I'm sorry to see that they didn't age that well. I think really it has a lot to do with how lackadaisically they decided to place the man on its back. It's just this weird stone chair. It looks very awkward. A poor look. You're just kind of sitting on it. It doesn't look good. It was made at like the perfectly wrong time to technically be AoS, but then not age well. Because they really ramped up their model game shortly afterwards. Just bad luck. Remember when they introduced a species of intelligent dragons to the setting and then did nothing with them? No, they introduced a species of intelligent dragons, and then Poochie, the centaur, showed up from nowhere, and he's like, yeah, I killed all of them in the whole world. And then there were no more dragons ever, and he didn't do anything ever again. And no one liked him. Hey, this guy's always been here. Cool. Nice. And then they squatted the only army he fits in visually. I have to go back to my home planet now. Whenever Kragnos is not in a destruction army, the audience should be asking, why doesn't that army have Kragnos in it? Industry Plantos. Ooh, +5. That's a +5. That's true. He killed almost all of them, not actually all of them. The Seraphon rescued them. And then gave him a Rubik's Cube and threw him inside of a mountain. And he sat there pushing on a door that said pull for 10,000 years before he finally figured out the puzzle. Pulled to open it, and then he broke free, and he was really mad. This annotated notes of his backstory brought to you by someone who skimmed 5 paragraphs and couldn't bring themselves to keep doing it. Centaur have an ass, 6-legged, no armor wearing, no clutch have an ass Chang. Lynchfinder General thinks of the $5, breaks out of Croak Jail, wrecks half a city, goes back to Croak Jail, does not elaborate. Era of the Beast, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah. Thanks for the $5. Good meme. Philly cheesesteak neck have an ass. Dude, his face is so hideous in a bad way, too. Like, he's just awful. The horns look weird and goofy. Damn, what a... No. Can't do a puzzle for 10,000 years. He really is the god of destruction. And the god, a demigod, I guess. I mean, on the table for a while, he was fun. His rule sheet was basically that of a Frostlord on Stonehorn, except just better. He was like the ultimate Frostlord on Stonehorn with his rules, and so he was very fun to play. He just didn't look good. And then they changed his rules a few times, and now I don't care anymore. Oh yeah, well let's see you take a crack at it, smart guy. Yeah, his rules were hella fun. Very fun. I loved playing with Kragnos rules-wise. Shit was hilarious. Oh, did we pre-order some layoffs, CJ? What is today? Because every day there's another 10,000 layoffs, right? So I'm wondering. Should I check? Xbox is closing 6 studios next week. Hey, would you like fries with that? People losing their jobs is not funny, especially when they, the little people, had nothing to do with the game's failing. But there's no other way to get to the people who are responsible without first laying off everybody beneath them. Trust the plan, okay? It's going to hurt, but it's the only way. The people really responsible are insulated from being fired by 10,000 people underneath them, and you just have to get through them. Those laid off people will just make another Expedition 33, right? If they're good, they'll do it. Why GW's plan for cross-faction destruction god wasn't just Gorka Morka, you'll never understand. Because real gods they don't make models of. Sigmar, Gorka Morka, the chaos gods, right? Nurgle himself, they just don't do that. Being able to put a model on the table that represents beings of that power would just cheapen the whole thing. I understand that Nagash is an exception here, but he ain't no corn, all right? Like, the latest Doom is kind of meh. I watched it, I looked at it, did not buy it. Looked like a kind of a Quake game a little bit. I'm sure it would have eventually grown on me, but I don't like the direction they're going. It's probably not bad. Yeah, it's just, oh, okay, so it's Eternal, just better, yeah. It's a Quake game. Too much story. Eternal unlearned all the lessons that 2016 learned, which was kind of weird. It's Quake 6. Yeah, too much story. I thought you knew. I thought you were knowers with Doom 2016, and then you're like, we're going to put lots of fucking fan fictions in here. We're going to have lots of cutscenes. I'm about to talk to you for a long time. Huh? This is Doom. Shut the fuck up. Give me a shotgun. Isn't Marathi also a god? A demigod, yes. They'll do demigods. Croak might even be technically kind of a demigod at this point, right? Kragnos is a demigod. Marathi is a demigod. Alariel. They can have those, but the head honchos, Khorne, Tzeentch, Sigmar, Gorka, they're a cut above. Kragnos is moving to the old world. They can have him. They can keep him. And by the way, I think they should be called Avatar of, personally, because I'm like a Larlet about that a little bit. I think it shouldn't be Alariel, and I don't think it should be Nagash. I think the model should be called Avatar of Nagash. I want a little separation so that you can still feel that the gods are so powerful they can't hit the table, but you get to play with something like them, and so I just want like a clerical change like that is all. Nagash just himself had a pretty cool like tag team champion thing with Sigmar, but Nagash himself is quite weakened because he's like personally controlling 100 billion undead and kind of splitting his mind between, I think, 7 or 8 different avatars that are all working at the same time in different parts of the zone. So he's like spreading himself a little thin as far as power level is concerned. If he just stopped and put it all in one bathtub, he's kind of up there. Not quite a Sigmar, not quite a Gorka Morka, but pretty close. Yeah, and Alariel did just technically become reborn. She's in her growing stage. Lort's guy left us for EverQuest. The Lord's guy doesn't post anything. Working himself to the bone. Yeah. Rothy became a full-on god after Anvilgard with the artifact, yeah. She would say. But I don't know. If you have a model, you're like a step below the real ones, however you want to slice it. Holy shit, you're still going. Across the pond, I haven't been streaming since yesterday. This isn't one continuous stream since last night. I've been going for 2 hours today. They're on a cut above. They call them different category of gods, yeah. The ascended ones and the elemental ones in GW's own words. Khorne isn't more of a god than Marathi, but Khorne only exists in the realm of chaos without a body, yep. I like to speak in generalities, but I appreciate when we get actual lore in here every once in a while. Good work. Well, yeah, they do keep it purposefully vague because it's more fun and mythical that way. If you explain too much, it kind of, I don't know, kind of cheapens it a little bit. You want to keep it a little vague. From GW's perspective, anyway. Is that person's shirt, did that just say gay in the JCPenney font? That's funny. Oh, hi, gay. Excuse my actually. I'm about to play EverQuest tomorrow. I'm running a Palladium Rifts game. You're among your own people here. Oh, Pinker, there she is. Pink Chan, let's go. And her friend, Pink Kun. It means happy in Japanese, yeah. And her roommate, yeah, they're just good friends. They're just good friends. All right, I'm hitting the news button, and I'm looking through it, and no man can stop me, all right? Game screen turn on. Warhammer Age of Sigmar. Onion on YouTube says, like the Horned Rat was a god of chaos, and then he became the 5th major god of chaos. What caused him to do that? I don't know. There's lots of rats. I don't know the story of that. I never looked into it. I don't know what he did. There's a lot of rats, sir. Skirtavakshi, we looked at this yesterday. They look great. Big fan. Look at that. Look at that gut plate. Hell yeah. That's a proper gut plate. I will be happy to buy 1 unit of these if they are at all good in the game, because they look fun to paint up. The real reason is that Archeon said such was the case, and so it was. He's a Chad like that. Oh, shit. Archeon finally made a deal with him. He's the gatekeeper. He sold him the Chaos 365 plan. Creative Cloud. Scourge of AC, Shy. Free rules for the forces of order. Oh. Okay, so we're getting all the order ones today, which means we don't have to wait that long to get destruction. We just have to wait 4 days because they'll be last. Jobbers go last, okay? Each faction in Warhammer Age of Sigmar is getting a suite of new rules for use in the new Season of War, the Scourge of Akshai. Our series kicks off with the Forces of Order. See what new rules your army receives before they begin their campaigns in the Realm of Fire. Every faction receives some powerful new rules this season, depending on your chosen force. Scourge of Akshai brings you in combination War Scrolls, Hero Traits, Enhancement, and Prayer Lores. Some of these interact directly with the new seasonal rules in the General's Handbook, particularly Fury Level and Rage Dice. Others are just new abilities that you can use instead of, or sometimes as well as, the ones in your battle tome. On top of this, many units have also seen their points change, and all capitals. The game's matched play battle plans have also been updated. All in, I assume you mean in all, you'll definitely want to look again at your army list. There's almost certainly a new combination of units or a new trick you can bring to the field to give your army the edge as you battle over the Realm of Fire. Cities of Sigmar. Looking kind of big. Nice chair. I like this. Google Saki, yeah. Even in the Realm of Fire, the wheel ever turns. Pontifex Zenestra has learned a new prayer to chant, which ensures a nearby unit hits harder and can potentially get Sigmar's protection. And all capitals to start the sentence with. If Zenestra should fall in battle, parenthetical very sad, in a final act of defiance, she can chant a final, unfailable version of this prayer, whose effects last for the rest of the battle, ! We are not saying you should try all capitals to get her killed while she's conveniently standing next to a reinforced unit of Gallons or a couple of Gate Gargants, but we're not saying that. Ellipses. Pontifex Zenestra, your hero phase 5. Pick a visible friendly Sigmar unit wholly within 12 of this unit. Chanting roll until the start of your next turn. Charge +1 dam, or if it was 10 up, ward 5. If it charged in the same turn. Okay, that's good. That is a strong buff. Oh wait, if it charged in the same turn, pardon me, same turn, less strong buff, but still good. The Alchemite Warforger also gets a new War Scroll where there are new Sentinels of Order heroic traits and the Decorations of Valor, which are a new type of enhancement that you can give to unit champions to indicate their status as seasoned veterans of Gairan or Akshi. Daughters of Cain. We've seen how the Activate Place of Power ability works with the Furry and Rage rules in the new General's Handbook with one of the Paragons of Murder heroic traits. You can also manifest an Avatar of Cain at the same time. Oh no. Is the Avatar Cain still awful? I don't know. Maybe it's good. Hey, you want to buy another one of these? Please do. Apply the effect below instead of the effect on the Activate Place of Power. Roll die on a 1. You die on a 2-up. If there are no Avatars of Cain on the battlefield, set 1 up. Okay? Are those things good? Any doc players? Is an Avatar of Cain good? D3 2 up? No, it's not a D3. It's a D6. It says roll a die. It doesn't say roll a D3. So we're skirting that. We're skirting that rule. Download also includes the Ed Boons of Shadow enhancements, which are Enhancement you can give to non-hero units and new War Scrolls for the Melisai Iron Scale and the Canaanite Shadow Stalkers. Fire Slayers. Look at this dude. Fire Slayers are right at home in the Realm of Fire, riding atop a Magmadroth. Then Auric Runesun knows exactly how and when to unleash the Furry and Rage of their mount. Play a Runesun. Once per turn army, but don't play 2. Can't do that. No fun allowed. Seeing red. Spend 1 rage dice. Well, should be 1 rage die, but hey, alright. If your opponent's fury level is lower than yours, they must increase their fury level by 1 to max of 7. Then pick one of the following effects. So you give your I should probably look at these things before I look through this. Anybody familiar with the GHB? Is giving your opponent Fury bad? It sounds like it's a bad thing. Channeled Ire. Add 1 attacks characteristic unit's companion melee weapons for the rest of the turn. Cathartic Release. Roll a number of dice equal to your Fury level on a 4-up heal. Okay. Unit has a ward 5 for the rest of the turn. Probably that one. That one's good. The new Marks of Volcritrix enhancements open up even more options for your Magma Droths. There's also a new Vulcan Gifts Prayer Lore and a War Scroll for Vulcan Flame Seeklers. Idnath Deepkin. Look at this guy here. Bleh. In the wilds of Akshai, the Idnath Deepkin have discovered a variety of new Ethersea companions. Non-hero units can choose from Iron Shell Barnacles for protection or the confusion-spreading Akshian Sea Nettles. Our favorite is the Stonefoot Anemone, for when you want to keep an enemy unit just where it is. Ethersea companion Stonefoot Anemone. Visible enemy within 12. Roll a die on a 3-up. Target cannot use move abilities for the rest of the turn. That's really good. Alright. I mean, you know, the range is 12, but enemy can't move. Oh, again, it's till the rest. It's for the rest of the turn. It doesn't last on theirs. So it basically just stops pile-ins and counter charges, which is still often useful. You can also select from the Champion of the Tides heroic traits, while there are new war scrolls for the Isharan Tidecaster and Amarti Revelers. Croton Overlords. Engine riggers are known to be completely focused on repairing their fleet's sky vessels. That's wrong. They're a combat unit. They do fix stuff too, though. Woe betide anyone who interrupts them while they're busy in the realm of fire. We're working here. Once per turn army. Don't use 2. Until the start of your next turn, if this unit has not charged, the following cumulative effects apply depending on your Fury level. You are irked, you are exacerbated, or you are incensed. Saws have crit auto wound, 5-up ward, add 1 to damage. Cool. The Null Chemist also gets a new war scroll, turning him into one of your army's most reliable anti-magic tools. 3 useful new article references are enhancements that bolster infantry units, with Article 20, Amendment 2 combining particularly well with the already bolstered engine riggers. And those Industrious Duarden have also brought along 3 new ingenious inventions, artifacts of power available to your heroes. Lunath Realm Lords. To survive a trek into the realm of fire, one must master the art of the deal. These Trumpian brilliance hero trades, you can name one of your warriors a peerless businessman. Pick an enemy unit with a starting size of 1 that is in combat with this unit to be the target. Huh? Then pick one of this unit's non-companion melee weapons to be a parrying blade. Roll number of dice equal to the tax characteristic of the parrying blade for each 3. Subtract 1 for the tax characteristic of targets non-companion melee weapons for the rest of the turn. In addition, for each 5, inflict the mortal damage. I mean, I think Luminath doesn't need this, but okay. This would work well with the Lore Seeker blade of a Cenari Lore Seeker and its 5 attacks. Lore Seeker also gets a new War Scroll, that's Alith Stone Mage. Well, your non-hero, non-monster units can also select from Flawless Maneuvers enhancements. Alright. This doesn't seem like you want... This doesn't seem like you want to be, or that you even will necessarily very often be in one-on-one combat with a single model that doesn't have companion attacks. there's like for sure better enhancements to use. Anyway, Seraphon. While many warriors of Akshi succumb to their inherent rage of the realm, Sora's Scar veterans of Agradons may be bellicose, but they still know how to set traps for their foes. With cold-blooded precision, they appear where the enemy least suspects and tear them apart. The hunt begins. Once per battle army. Pick this unit and up to one friendly Seraphon Cav. And then set them up in reserve. They are stalking their prey. Then either set them up or set the unit wholly within friendly territory more than 9 from enemy territory. They now have been deployed. And then later on, you can deep strike them. Wholly within 7 of the battlefield edge. And okay, so you get an ambush. Scar veteran plus his guys can get an ambush. Okay, that could be good. Enhance your monsters with Beasts of the Dark Jungle, monsters traits. Choose your Servants of the Cosmic Order heroic traits and ensure everything goes to plan. With a new war scroll for the Slan Star Master, aka the Star Slam Master. Ahem, pardon me. Had the mute. The great horned rat gained godhood by the power of Ascended Extra. Skaven did a lot during end times when mortal realms formed the other 4 chaos gods opened a curtain, and the GHR, Great Horned Rat, was sitting on his own pillar of chaos saying, "Sup, fellas. Thanks for the 100 bits." And the little Lort. Appreciate the Lort. He did a little scheming, a little light scheming. Well, there's always a 5th chaos god. We just conveniently didn't show you the room until now. They moved a curtain aside, and there he went. Storm chased the Eternals. The God King sends the chosen forces into the realm of fire after blessing them with the artifact of the Tempest. Choose the Pennant of Azurite Majesty to tap into the arcane power of Akshi while suppressing the sorceress ability of a selected foe. This is an artifact. Visible enemy within 18, decent range. Then you can pick a Stormcast Eternals unit wholly within 12. Spend 1 Rage dice. If your opponent's furry level is lower than yours, they must increase theirs. Then for the rest of the turn, while it is visible to this unit, -1 casting enchanting and +1 casting enchanting to you. It's actually too bad that the thing you have to pick is the enemy and the thing you can pick is the friend, because really all I want is the +1 to casting. I just want +1 casting every time. But I guess you have to spend rage to do it, and your opponent gets fury. The Schemer. Truly ancient and also truly evil Korgos, the Forbidden One. It's not much of the actual lore of what happened. Yeah, I know, that's why I called it a lore, but I appreciate it. Stormcast Eternals players can also use new War Scrolls for Stormstrike Paladders, and return the Scourge of Gyran War Scroll for Iridan the Witness, aka Iridan Stormlage. And the Scars of War enhancements. Okay, so a fan favorite is returning, I see. Sylvaneth. Finally, the Sylvaneth bring the creeping undergrowth across the Great Parch. Alariel ensures her people continue to sing their spirit song. Oh, they're just singing the whole time. Even as the rage and fury grow thanks to the Amulet of Resonance, one of the relics of nature artifacts of power. End of any turn. If this unit used the Eruption of Fury ability this turn, or you spent Rage dice as part of the Fight Through the Pain ability when resolving the damage sequence for this unit, this turn, give 1 ritual point to each visible friendly priest wholly within 12. Huh? Okay. You have to use, if you used Eruption of Fury, which is that's the, like, super attack at the end of turn, as part of the Fight Through the Pain ability, you are resolving the damage. You also give ritual points to priests wholly within 12. But it doesn't, like, help you do any of that stuff. I don't know how good ritual points are for Sylvaneth. Sylvaneth also gain access to the aspects of the Deep Woods enhancements and new war scrolls for Kurnoth hunters with great swords, and the Tree Lord Ancient. This is all just a little taste of what's available in the free Scourge of Akshai download. What the fuck are you waiting for, Samurai? Hit that download button and become. Alright, I will. I will hit the download button. Oh, these are all separate. Okay. Sylvaneth have a priest. News to me. We haven't done Sylvaneth, though, yet for the show, so. Stormcast got a cool... Oh, they got a Sword of Japan? Let's go. All right, I'll look through that. Greathorn Rat just formed his own chaos realm called the Blighted Lands as sort of a reward for doing so much in the end times. Skaven were a bit of Ratus Ex Machina as story tropes in the end times. Okay. It's all in the Giga new leak, yeah. Spoilers maybe, but it's so cool how much the Season War Scrolls tie into the season rules. Really good writing. Yeah, they're putting some flavor into it, you know? So what shall we do first? Going over all of these would take a long time, but I am interested in it. However, the real reason I went live was to do the second half of everybody talking about their faction that they play to catch me up to speed on what's been happening since my hibernation. Domain retroactive expansion. So what I will do, I think, is we're going to start the call-in section. We got to complete all of these rules updates and battle profile things that we were doing yesterday. Do the finish out the armies. And if it ever slows down or we run out of people who have played an army or something, then we'll go and start doing these. I got 7 hours apparently, right? Who was the person in YouTube chat that said they played Stormcast? We might as well start with them, because we didn't do Stormcast last time. First time listener, long time caller. They might not still be watching at this point, but maybe they are. We'll see. YouTube is on like a minute delay. YouTube's thing is just super delayed, unfortunately, so that's how it is. Headphone users about to join a channel, and so you're gonna get the Akira noise. You've been warned. Cho. General Grizzly. It's you. And I'm looking at your profile picture here, and it is that of a grizzly. And so 10 out of 10, appropriate name. Hop into the Discord waiting room live on Twitch, and I'll drag you into Wide Gaming to chat about Stormcast Eternals. An army that I actually like, even though for a long time it was uncool to like Stormcast, but I always thought they were cool. And my need to defend them was part of the reason that I did the every army thing in the first place. Oh, there they are in the waiting room. Dragging them in. Welcome, Stormcast Eternal Enjoyer, Grey Seer Ulysses.
Oh, hello.
All right, just going to get the sound all right. Say something else.
Yeah, is my sound good?
No, actually, it is good. Yeah, I don't think I need to move it at all.
Oh, okay, that's good.
So, Tell me about Stormcast Eternals, specifically in 4th edition. It is quiet. All right, I'll turn it up. If you're memeing me, I will
Oh,
ban
no, sorry.
you. No, I got a mixer. I'm just turning you up on my end.
Oh, okay.
All right, that should about do it. Anyway, tell me about the Stormcast Eternals in 4th edition. What do they do? What are they
Alright.
doing? What are people
Well,
doing with them?
so started a little rough, you know. Being the poster boys, you gotta just watch everyone get progressively better as the edition goes on.
Yeah,
As you're stuck with their baby step rules writing, you know.
for the folks at home, the curse of playing the poster boy faction means that you get the first battle tome every edition, and every edition the battle tomes start getting good like halfway through.
Oh yeah.
And also, you get the most releases, which jealous players might think is a good thing, but what it actually means is you have to buy the most stuff to keep current. Anyway, continue.
Sometimes they just rug pull you and delete half your range.
Yeah, I know a fraction of that because I myself had some Sarcosanct, but I didn't have as much as Ortmandius and some other people.
Yeah, I know some people. They bought big on Sacrosanct, and yeah, they're not playing 4th edition right now.
Yeah, and I wouldn't necessarily blame them.
No, I don't. Yeah. Which is funny because when their rules were still legal, like just a little bit before Scourger Garan hit, they were actually kind of good.
All right.
But yeah, 4th edition for Stormcast has been the same old. GW sells them as this like elite, powerful, like good guy, chaos warrior, strike force that in all the art they're like grindhousing against blood warriors and blight kings and chosen. They are not that, actually. What they are is a movement and tricks little army where you have to use a lot of shooting coordinated with your teleporting and the few units that move faster than 5 inches, and use all of that to just outwit your opponent and out combo them. But also because you have the beginner army syndrome, the writers don't want to do anything too complex with you, so you have to I think you said it best, coast off the strength of your war scrolls and just hope to god it's enough,
Yeah.
because they don't really give you a lot of you think with the wide range you have a lot of tools, but in actuality most times it's really just the same tools. I have this one meme. I can probably post it on which what HW Enjoyers.
Yeah, HeyWoah Enjoyers is fine. I'm gonna open up
You could
Discord
get a
here.
kick out of it. I think I've posted it before.
Yeah, you have a really wide range of a ton of war scrolls, but what it really means is like, oh, I want cavalry. Okay, well, you have 5 cavalry choices, and they're all the same, and one is better. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I want a shooting unit.
And
Okay, well, you have 6 shooting units, and they're all the same, and one is the best. Okay.
yes, exactly. And actually, speaking of which, where is it? Let me find it. He'll get a kick out of it. Oh, there it is. Speaking of the devil. No words,
Yes.
just image.
Yeah. Hey, if anyone played in 2nd edition or 3rd edition or 4th edition, you might notice this. Because it's always long strikes.
Yeah, if you put someone in cryo sleep when Long Strikes came out and woke them up today, there's like, hey, what's the best Stormcast units? It would still be the whichever priest is good and Long Strikes.
Yep.
And yeah, the priests and Long Strikes kind of really carry us. Thankfully, I will say, Long Strikes, while they're still really powerful, we don't have to rely on them too much anymore because prosecutors are just so good at putting the fear of God into your opponents, where they have that 3d6 charge, 12-inch move, and the little javelin shoot that that and you can drop them down from anywhere, that like your opponent, when you have prosecutors in your list, your opponent's just always like, whenever they move anything, position anything, they're just like, shit, is this going to just be a free prosecutor charge for them? So
Oh, okay.
prosecutors
Okay,
have
I'm
really
waking up from cryo
helped.
sleep, and the guys with wings being even remotely useful is news to me, so it's nice to hear.
Oh yeah, they're great. And when they charge in, they can actually fight, but of course, being Stormcast, they can't take a hit.
Sure. Which is
But
a shock to new players for the new player army, where they're like, hey, these
yeah,
guys, their armor is made out of the shattered core of an old planet by the hands of a god. Everyone's on 3-up. Oh, that's good, right? Um, yeah, I guess. Oh,
yeah, it's very um deceiving, the 3-up armor save, the art and everything. Because yeah, many a new player will go in thinking like they can fight Iron Jaws hand to hand, and it's just like, you're damn you're not even a fool for thinking that. They purposely make you think that, and then your fucking Pikachu shocked face when the Iron Jaws fucking crump the shit out of you.
yeah. And Dr. Darkman, it's true. It's not bad. It's not bad to have a 3-up save. Everybody without 3-up saves in their army right now, they're thinking in their head, man, if only Gluttons had a 3-up save, they'd be so sick. That is true. If Gluttons had a 3-up save and their points didn't change, they would be absurdly overpowered. But that's because they're already really good with a 5-up save. That's the difference.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. Um, yeah, I have actually made a bullet points of for this. So,
Oh, sure.
um,
How's the
let's see.
before what
Yeah,
whilst you're looking for it, how's the variety in list building? You kind of answered that
it's
already,
yeah,
but I
it's been
wonder
going
if,
up.
you know, just because you have to play long strikes and a priest, that's not that many points, you know. Like,
It's been going up as the edition has gone, and they've, dropped our points from like Andrasta being like, I don't know, 340 for an 8 HP hero who might just die because of, the damage reflection, or haha, actually I get strike first before you hit me, and then they just kill you, Andrasta. There goes 300 points.
yeah.
Um, So our points have been going down, and then some changes to rules. Like big one for us was the change to all out defense. Huge, huge, because it made our 3-up armor actually feel a little better
Yeah.
when, people couldn't just be all out defense and be saved. Now they have to choose against it, and also our 3-up armor, we can actually kind of sometimes be like, you know what, 3 armor is fine. You don't have any rend, or you only have 1 rend, and I can maybe survive this, maybe. Um, and then the all-out attack change as well was pretty big, because in Stormcast we have like, let me count on my fingers. 1, 2, 3. We have like 4 to like 5, maybe even 6 ways of getting plus to hit.
Yeah.
So
The plus to hit
everyone
is
else
plentiful
getting
here.
Yeah, everyone else getting taxed for using all out attack. Um, they're feeling it, but we didn't, and now it made a bunch of our units that gave out those bonuses very viable. Speaking of which, Bastion, he has gone
Oh,
to like maybe a pet unit to like actually viable and maybe even good.
oh, that's wonderful to
Um,
hear because I like the big man.
oh yeah, he yeah, the free all-out attack is very helpful. His pre-game movement ability is also, it opens up strategies now that he's not fucking overcosted.
Yeah. He was like
It's
300 or something the last I checked, and let me scroll to him here. Where's my Lord Commander Bastion Truck Halos? 190. Dangerously close. So straight up 33% off fire sale.
Yeah.
You love to see it.
And it's also fun because you don't bring him really for his shooting or his fighting, but then like you do use his shooting, and it's kind of like a CS:GO Arctic Warfare kind of level, just bam, bam,
Hmm.
almost. He's almost like a mini long strike group because his shooting actually can do some damage,
Nice.
provided you roll good sometimes,
Sure.
But
He
and then
also
like
he has like
sometimes
a he has a very small number of attacks, but
Mhm.
happening to connect with them is particularly brutal.
Oh yeah, many times I've had opponents charge in like an assassin hero, and then
He's just like, take
they
8,
do
get out of my
damage, and
face.
yeah, and then he like basically just backhands them, or they'll charge one of those like little backflip objective, mission completion
Hmm.
units into him, thinking like, it's a FUD hero. How much damage could he possibly do? And then he just deletes them.
Yeah,
So that's always fun.
it should be emphasized that pre-game shuffling deployment stuff is actually quite good in this game,
Yes, it
particularly
is.
for a slower army. Um, quote unquote winning deployment by like having your guys in better positions than your opponent can often be a big deal, especially when you're move 5.
Yeah,
And the
big
fact
time.
that he can do it to a bunch of people instead of just one is actually nice.
Hmm.
It
No, it's
stops
it's
like those
fantastic.
situations that aren't like terribly common, but they do happen where you put your guys down, they put their guys down, and then they put the last one down, and you're like, oh no, they can actually shoot this guy like right away.
Hmm.
I've made a mistake. Oh, what I have Bastion, tactical genius, her got him. Like, that's kind of
You
nice.
want to feel tactical genius? Bait your opponent into thinking you're gonna like send prosecutors out. Like you have the prosecutors on the board. You didn't put them in reserve, and then tactical genius.
Oh, he can put him in
Once everyone's
reserve. That's cool.
Yeah, you move the prosecutors to your porta potty, which can infinitely teleport people. So now
Mm-hmm.
they thought the prosecutors would be just moving up the board regularly. Nope, pregame move, next to porta potty, movement phase, teleport them.
Do they call it the portal potty with an L?
No, almost everyone I know calls it the porta potty.
Oh, okay. I think they should add an L to it because it teleports. Anyway, good shit. Anyway, okay. So the variety isn't actually. I mean, it's terribly bad from like a statistical standpoint, but
Yes,
not everybody is playing the copy pasted list, or
yes.
don't feel
We
the
were
need
for a
to.
bit there when Soggy Iriden came out. It was just Ruination Chamber and Soggy Iriden across the board.
Hmm.
But people have been figuring out stuff. They've changed some things, like for a good minute there, the Lord Celestin on Stardrake got the in the battle profiles. He can now take any Stormcast in his regiment, which was huge. And then he went down in points, and he's kind of a fucking beatstick. Like when
Oh,
Cav
okay.
was the meta, I don't know if you've seen the Star Drake, but they have this ability where you just roll 3 dice, and if it's higher or equal than the health of the model, they just eat them.
Okay, yeah, he's had that. He's had the eat 'em forever.
Oh yeah, and it was
So
great.
he's
Um,
which is where he does the majority of his damage usually, at least the old version, because his attacks weren't
yeah,
actually quite that good. He was just a giant tar pit for big units, and he would slowly devour their unit champions over and over.
yeah. And then we had the finest hour where you could just keep putting finest hour onto
You could
the
keep putting
Star
best
Drake.
best day ever on the Star
Yeah,
Drake.
and we also had the when he dies, you can like roll a dice and like bring him back on like super low HP, and they're just it didn't always work out, but sometimes like your opponent puts in like so much resources into like taking him down that him coming back and then getting to fight just ruins their day.
Hmm.
Um, what was the other thing? But yeah, found my talking points. So yeah, generally Stormcast are doing better. We're going okay. We're going in a better direction. They're almost there. And then now with obscuring getting toned down in this new GHB.
Oh, that should help out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, especially one of my favorite units, Krondis, went down a whole tier because of obscuring, because his best spell, Atavistic Tempest, required visibility, and with fucking obscuring popping up everywhere, it wasn't useless, but like his usefulness did drop noticeably, especially since he like would jump around. Like the whole edition, they don't know how to price Krondis. They keep like fire sale dropping him in points, and then oh shit, he's too good, 50 points, and then they drop him again, and then up again. So he's just kind of in this funny limbo of like going up in points, down in points.
Currently, we are on the sine wave of -20, so we're in the dip again.
Yeah. And with obscuring being toned down, I suspect he's gonna rise back up in
All right.
usage. Um, we're almost there on Grindhouse. Despite my earlier statements, we're almost to Grindhouse now that all the Dracoth cav has gone down in points and Annihilators with shields are like fucking bargain bin sale, like 130 points or something.
Mm-hmm.
You can now people figured out this tech where it's called the phalanx, and you get 6 annihilators with shields and you spread them out in a way where no matter where you're charged from, and also you MSU these 6 annihilators. You don't
Okay.
reinforce them. It's 2 units of 3. That way you get more dice rolls on your strike glass when charged. So then, and no matter where you're charged from, you all of the annihilators will technically be in combat and can throw all those dice into the strike last. And it's almost like guaranteed the higher number of annihilators you use for this. And
Cool.
it really helps because they have damage to hammer, so like putting strike last on a cav unit that would have otherwise deleted them is very helpful. It tones down the amount of damage they're going to receive once they do eventually hit them. Um, and that's not even to speak of the other fucking star of the show lately in the edition, which was it still is honestly the Soulsworn. Just kind of being able to guarantee Ward 5 on some Stormcasts with like 3 health and pretty good fight profiles. I mean, they're I think almost the same profiles of Reclusian. Just I don't think they have crit mortals.
Okay.
So those have been like kind of the backbone for a lot of lists, the Soulsworn, because just having that Ward 5 is huge for an army that just dies to mortal damage. Even a whiff and you just get deleted. Yeah.
All right. How's your enhancements feeling?
Soggy enhancements were great. That is one of the L's of this new GHB. We are not keeping the soggy enhancements because they were pretty cool, especially Banner of Azir, which allowed us to auto cast our teleport prayer on the
Oh,
enemy turn.
nice.
And it was so good for doing like all kinds of shenanigans. You should have the stuff people were doing with it was pretty awesome. Teleporting long strikes, baiting people to set up a charge into your 6 long strikes and then going, haha, just kidding, and then putting them across the field. And now they're, fucking Dawn Riders are out of position. Their big pig is now off in a corner doing nothing. It was pretty great.
Cool.
But now we lost that. But we did get some new ones and then some with the what are they called, the
The Scar of
scars.
War. Yeah.
Yeah. Um, we're Oh, another big one for us with the new GHB is the faction terrain can't be charged. So the porty potty can now be placed more aggressively, which is pretty big.
Hmm.
And then our big fighty heroes and monsters will be enjoying the new Fury Furry dice mechanic.
Yeah,
Haven't
I haven't read up on those yet, but I did notice there was. It's like at the end of the turn, you get a Wind Fury Storm Strike hit, or a few of them or something if you spend either Fury or Rage,
yeah.
and sometimes your opponent gets Fury, and I'm not sure how those translate into each other. I didn't read it yet.
Yeah, I've been busy, so I haven't been able to really dive deep into it, but
All right, that's fine.
I'm sure people with more time on their hands right now than me are gonna figure out some stuff like a cursory look. Um, the Star Drake I was talking about, dude, putting that. I mean, the jaws on the dragon already do like 7 attacks, so
Oh,
adding
kind of
more
nice.
attacks to that,
Yeah.
that's pretty good.
All right. Any other bullet points, or should we get to the wish list?
Let me check. Oh, you were asking about variety and just again, I would say if historically over half of the Stormcast range in most editions is borderline useless or extremely niche, you can't even consider it. Nowadays it's like a good third of the range is like C tier and up,
All
like
right.
viable, even good.
All right. So it
So
looks like they've been working on that. Although I'm gonna put a pin on that because they did just get rid of a fourth of the range,
yeah,
moving
exactly.
into fourth. So did they do more work, or did they do the same amount of work and flushed a bunch of them down the toilet? We'll see.
Yeah,
But all
and
right.
then one last thing with
Mm-hmm.
it's like a prediction with Squishy with those Fury dice. Uh, a reason why a lot of our stuff has been popping was because at the tail end of SOG, it was like castle. Every army was just castle, tons of infantry, huge ranks, and so a lot of our stuff is like meant to slaughter, big bricks of infantry.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder with the new GHB if we'll see a reduction in infantry and instead a increase in like the 200-point monsters that like if only they had more attacks. So I wonder if that's gonna change up stuff for us. Like maybe Yandrasta will see more usage when it's almost guaranteed that people have a little pet monster because they want to do cool stuff with it. And you decide a silver bullet ruin that fun for them.
Sweet.
Yandrasta is still way too much, like 270.
Yeah. It's too bad. She looks so good too.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm pleasantly surprised that Stormcast is doing better than I had imagined, which is nice to hear. If you
Mhm.
had to change, okay, you have actually 90 war scrolls. So if you had to change two things, what needs looking at? What needs fixing? Where's a pain point in Stormcast Eternals?
I
Besides
know.
the really
Uh,
obvious ones that we have talked about before that are actually systemic, probably having to do with release schedule and being a poster boy faction with entirely too many models in it, even after the purge.
I think I mean, it's part of the systemic, but just that a lot of it's our battle formations. Like, please, why? I see what you've done for Lumineth and Daughters of Cain, where you got rid of the keyword racism. Please, I'm begging you. Can we just get a sub faction that just says all your infantry, all cav units, anything like that, or just all Stormcast units get this bonus or something?
Okay.
Because like it just feels very limiting when you look at the battle formations and it's like only this unit gets to maybe be a little better, and that's it. And it's very disappointing because we used to have some pretty cool stuff, and now it's just very limiting in terms of the battle formation quality. And I wish we got extra ones with this new GHP that they took what they learned, writing LRL and DOK and Sylvaneth, and just kind of gave us just a taste of that.
All right.
Because yeah, any other thing that we need is just eh, you, it's just a full rework or fully commit to the elite mobile shock force and give us rules that synergize and interact with this fantasy.
All right. Yeah. I wonder. I think they're trapped. Maybe. Well,
Yeah,
they're
I think
not.
so.
They're not. You could fix it, but you're supposed to be the elite shock
Yeah.
troops that fly in on lightning bolts and really crash down and change things. But that's probably too specific for something that is inevitably going to have a new chamber and a new chamber and a new chamber, and you
Yeah.
kind of want to specialize those chambers. And so now you're, you got, you're like a giant revolver of specialists instead. And
Yeah.
you kind of want to oblige the player to like, okay, you're Annihilation Chamber, so you're gonna want a battle formation that has all of those guys. But then as a player, you're
Yeah.
like, well, I'm looking at Annihilation Chamber, and this one guy's good,
Mm-hmm.
so I want to
Yep.
play him with the other guy that's good. And if they gave you a battle formation that just said any Stormcast, all Stormcast get one minor bonus, everyone would just choose it and then pick the best of all 6 guys that are the same for every category.
Yeah.
And
It's
now 90% of the book is worthless. And so almost all these problems seem to like beget each other. And it's hard to push against that.
no. Yeah.
So yeah, they have painted themselves into somewhat of a corner there, but I bet that the financial part of the game is like, well, what if we just did that though?
Yeah.
A lot of times, as a rules writer or a game designer or anyone in that place in a company like this is from marketing and production handed what simply will be the case, and they're like, figure it out.
Yeah.
And you could make a way better game if it didn't work like that, but it does work like that.
Yeah. Unfortunately, GW is a big business. There's a big chain of command, and sometimes it's just the rules writers are just given their orders and like, okay, well.
Yeah, because I watched an interview from the guy who designed Spearhead for GW.
Okay.
And he did a giant interview and explanation of his thought process going through it. But the thing that I managed to hone in on that I found the most interesting probably was at the very beginning of it, the way he described his task that he was given to make Spearhead. Have you seen Apollo 11? The movie?
I think so. Yeah.
It's an older movie, sir. But anyway, there's a part in it where they have to figure out how to repair this space shuttle. Well, not shuttle, lander, but anyway, they have to figure out how to repair it. And so they get the giga brains, like there's like 5 NASA engineers with huge brains and no hair, and they get them all into like this office room, and they upturn a garbage bag of just like tubes and wires and like a hammer and tape, just stuff. And they're like, these are the items that happen to be inside the spaceship. Now we have to figure out how to fit a round tube into a square hole. Go. Using only these things. And that's what I was immediately reminded of when I was listening to the Spearhead guy talk about designing the whole game. Because they handed him this and they're like, no changing this, no changing this. This is what's going to be in the box, just straight up. The technically the points values of all the different stuff in all of the different factions boxes that are scheduled to release are sometimes like wildly different between each other. And the War Scrolls we want them to be simplified, but they have to function as close to they do in the real game as possible. All right, make a game and balance them. Have them be balanced against each other, all of them. Including this box that has 450 points in it, and this box that has 690 points in it.
Yeah.
Go. And he's like, okay. and we can't do list building, can't do list building. Okay. And so a lot of times people look at the final product and they're like, these rules writers are retarded. Perhaps sometimes, or they didn't have enough time, or they were overworked, or whatever. A lot of times, they were just they were given a bunch of random crap and from marketing and production, and they're like, okay, give me a 5-course meal.
Yeah.
And Gordon
And then
Ramsay starts
also-
yelling at them, and they got a clock above their head, and they're just okay. And then the player gets it, and why isn't there list building? This shit sucks. And the player is right. It does suck because it doesn't have list building. But that was not an option.
Yeah.
So look at me being positive over here. I'm in defense of the rules writers at GW. Somebody clip it. I'm being positive.
Yeah.
All right. Any final thoughts on Stormcast here?
Yeah, maybe don't want to spoil your reading of the, as the kids are calling it, the squishy rules.
It's fine. Spoil
But
away.
spoiler alert: the most of the squishy stuff for Stormcast is good, except the squishy Paladors. They just ain't it.
Okay.
Needed more time in the oven or a
What's
redo.
the problem with normal Paladors?
You need in an army that famously cannot afford to lose units. You're actually doing your best to make sure any unit you lose, it's not in vain. They didn't die in vain. The regular Paladors kind of require you to just sacrifice like 90, 100 points of Warrior Chamber to go die so they can get strike first on the charge. But they have no bonuses to charge.
Okay.
And also they only do damage if they charge. Otherwise they did just slap like a regular Redeemer
so
unit.
they're like cavalry. They only do damage on the charge, kind of.
Yeah.
All right. So design-wise, it makes sense that you would want a unit that rewards you. Well, not rewards you, but gives you something in return for when your really valuable guys die. Like, that makes sense. You don't have a lot of guys. When you lose them, it really hurts. So we'll give them a unit that gets you some points back somehow, either phantom or real, when one of your guys die. Unfortunately, those guys are taken instead of some other guy. And it's probably better to play towards trying to win rather than assuming you're going to lose stuff and hope that these guys are in the perfect position to capitalize on it every time.
Yeah.
So it's one of those, in theory, that type of thing would work. But when you're actually playing the game, or even when you're list building, it's better to just try to make something really good and just play better or get luckier or whatever, like when you're on the table.
Yeah. And I mean, you'll get to it, but when you read it, you're gonna. It's like one of those things where you have to like read it twice because the first go ahead, you read the ability that the squishy Paladors have, and you're like, "What? Hold on!" And then you reread it again, and you're like, still confused. And then you read it, and you're like, "Okay, that's a whole lot of hoops to do something that should have just been on a 3-up or just happens."
Yeah. It's like
And then
when I was play
Mhm.
testing for Vince's new game that just came out that I'm also working on a video for. I would issue a bunch of suggestions for changing mechanics or what was wrong with this or why this wasn't working or whatever. And I'm aware of this because I do some amateur game design, but even still, I thought I would suggest it anyway because who knows what his vision is, for the most part. Because it's a lot of things are like there's the 3 equally okay ideas and they all could work, but one of them is like clearly for the vision of the game and 2 aren't or something like that. And so I'm like, oh, I think this magic item just simply can't compare to these other ones. It's just worse, and I can't think of a situation where someone would want to use it. So what if it did this, and there was like, I started like reading the rules lingo that I kind of wrote down, and as soon as I got to like the 3rd sentence, he's like, nah, too long. Too long. It's, one of the classic. He's a big elegance guy, a big Mark Rosewater kind of guy, right? And that's proper in general for game development. And one of the pitfalls that amateurs fall into, almost like clockwork, when you're looking at someone's custom rules for their guy or their custom module for D&D or their custom class or their custom war scroll or their custom battle tome or whatever, is words, like giant, super long paragraphs of stuff to do something really interesting and flavorful. But it just reads so horrible, and simple is better.
Yeah. And you know what the worst part is about the squishy Paladors? They're doing the job that we Stormcast players have figured out with point drops, concussors, and desolators can do.
Oh, okay, so
For
we got an overlap, yeah.
yeah, and for way less mental bandwidth, which playing Stormcast, even like remotely competitive, requires a lot of mental bandwidth. And I
Yeah.
read that and I'm like, I ain't doing all that. If I want to run cast,
Yeah.
or I'm doing concussors or whatever of the Dracoth card I'm feeling.
There's an enchantment in Magic that says whenever you gain life, put a 1/1 counter on all creatures you control. And it's often paired with a bunch of little tiny creatures that say whenever a creature enters, gain a life. And so the interaction between this is you have a few of those creatures out, and then you cast some spell that makes 5 tokens. And so you gain 5 iterations of 5 life and put like 1,000,000 counters on everything. But then, you swing in and they block and you don't, you got to kill 3 people, right? And so there's a few of them left.
Yeah.
And then your opponent plays a creature and it doesn't say your creature. So theirs enters, you gain 1 life and you put another 1/1 counter on everything.
Mm-hmm.
And then next turn you play a new creature. And so it has like n minus 6 number of counters. You can't just keep a counter of the 1/1s where all your guys get the same amount. Now they have like different amounts per amount, and it's so much bean counting and busy work to do in front of your table that the enchantment is really strong, but the amount of little tiny game actions that you're just pointlessly doing to make your guys big, bro, I'm just gonna cast a Crater Hoof, and if you got the counter, all right, So there is something to be said for doing something that's just as good, but sometimes tournaments last 8 or 9 hours. How much bandwidth are you trying to spend?
Yeah, no, exactly. I mean, as a Stormcast player, give me 5-6 hours to play Stormcast against you, I'll fucking outplay the shit out of you. But I don't get that in a tournament. I get 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah.
And so I'm really trying to cut down on all the mumbo jumbo reading and mental bandwidth, and I want clear, decisive actions so I can focus instead on all the movement and shooting, like calculations and like range finding, what my opponents can do, because I want to mitigate damage or mitigate debuffs, and just having to bean count and read these little specific on a blue moon on the second Thursday.
Yeah, the
At
non-companion
this
attacks of a
hour
hero with an
with
artifact
a
of power.
spatula
Yeah.
in your hand. I'm not doing all that.
Yeah. And what's more Stormcast than clear, decisive action? End scene.
Exactly.
All right, thanks a lot for the Stormcast review.
Yeah, no, thank you. It was a pleasure to be on the show for once.
Yeah. Anyway, good mic.
Thank you. Oh, I'm glad.
Who's next? What kind of armies you guys play? We're gonna bring them in. We're bringing them in. Which ones do you
Did I
need?
just disconnect?
Oh yeah, go ahead. Whenever you're ready. Your question is probably, well, which ones do you need? Don't worry about that question. Just type the armies you play and I'll skim through it. Has Skaven been done? Yes. 2 people did Skaven at the same time. The Skaven's popular, as you might imagine. So I'm going to give you guys some time to type out your stuff, and I'm just going to grab somebody when I see one that has not been done yet in the meantime, shall we look through some of these while we wait for the stream delay to catch up? Who shall we do first? You know what? Let's do Stormcast first because we just talked about Stormcast. That's what's fresh on the brain. Cruel Boys? We have not done Cruel Boys yet. Green Mountain Models. Hop in the Discord live waiting room. I'll drag you in the wide gaming. And let's have a chat. We got the Stormcast faction, Artifacts of Power. Ahem. Pendant to the Azurite Majesty, declare pick a visible enemy unit within 18 of this unit to be the enemy target. That's a decent range. Oh, I read this one already. That was part of the thing that we saw already. We saw that one already. Blade of the Six Smiths. Pick one of this unit's non-companion melee weapons to be the target for the rest of the turn. Halve the attack characteristics of the target weapon around it up. Double the damage characteristic for the target weapon, or attacks made with the target weapon score crits on an unmodified hit of 3 up. This is the timmiest artifact I've ever seen in my life. This unit's non-companion melee weapons to be the target. Have it, double it, crit mortal. Wait, no, not crit mortal, crit hit. So whatever its things already have. Okay. That's funny. This is, even if this isn't good, this is great for the game because little Timmy needs something to be happy with, you know? Oh no, not me, says Green Mountain. Okay, don't worry about it. Not everybody's comfortable talking in front of a bunch of people. You know, takes more energy than one might think to be on their feet like that. Lord Terminos has 2 attacks, 6 damage with crit mortals on a 3 up. Ooh. That's funny. Fractured Astral Jewel. If an ability would heal or return any slain models to an enemy unit while it is within 6 of this, it does not do that. No. Man, they gotta give this game a sideboard for shit like this, you know? That you would just never take. But you might take it against one particular person. Once a day. Hellsmiths, Slaves, and T-Zench. Hellsmiths of Hashish, Zench. Put me on low prio for all. I am closer to on the casual side of things. Okay. What about Alex True Custodian? I think you were on last time, if I IARC correctly. And we have not done Slaves. But we have done Zinch and Hecksmiths. Come on down. Let's hear about the Slaves to Darkness. Alex True Custodian. There is a YouTube delay, so I'm going to talk about the Scars of War real quick. Uncaged Lightning. Each time an enemy unit is in combat with this unit, moves or is removed from the battlefield after the ability has been resolved. If that enemy unit is on the battlefield, not in combat with this unit, inflict D3. Unique enhancements that can be given to non-hero, non-beast. Interesting. So you can just give this to dudes, huh? Veterans of Amberstone Watch. Enemy units do not have the strike first keyword while they are in combat with this unit. Designer's note. Enemy units that have strike last would still have strike last because strike last is not strike first. That is a does 5 equal 10 ass answer if I've ever seen one, but I will never actually complain about a designer's note. Getting out in front of questions, even really dumb ones, is always a good idea. You'll love to see it. What part of Discord? Just join any of the voice channels and I'll drag you into the secret wide gaming live channel. You can speak a little on Seraphon, but not as an expert. Don't worry. Yeah, we got Seraphon yesterday. Thanks, though. Pyrotechnic Souls. When this target is destroyed, gain 3 Rage dice. Okay. Interesting. Once again, veterans of Amberstone Watch, this is like an if this game had sideboards, this would be fucking awesome. But it doesn't, so it isn't. That's one of the things I'm really looking forward to seeing. I think that would save them so much work. You know? Like, so many players complain about artifact and enhancement imbalance, and some choices are just way too niche to ever choose, but they could be useful sometimes. If you could, after deployment, it kind of couldn't be after deployment because some artifacts work in deployment. This would require some smoothing over, but it wouldn't be that difficult to let people choose an artifact and like choose their enhancements. Once they see who they're playing against and what the opponent's army does, this would increase the pick rate for probably like 200 enhancements that are almost never chosen, you know? And you could afford to have super niche ones and not be required to fix them later, you know what I mean? It would delay the beginning of the game and make setup take longer, which is a real concern, how long it takes to set up before you actually play a game. So that is a true downside there. The artifacts would need to be free then? Yeah, of course. Putting point costs on artifacts is embarrassing for them to do. You can only choose one artifact for your army. Therefore, you just bounce them against each other and you don't need to point cost them. Putting points on them is like a band-aid, and an embarrassing one too. They already cost. What they cost is opportunity, that you can only choose one of them. And so it should be fairly easy to balance them between each other. In my IMO. Costing artifacts and stuff is a huge mistake. Now, the only place that costing artifacts makes sense is if you could just buy them with points during list building. Then it would make sense to point cost them. But you can't, so it doesn't. I feel strongly about this. All right, Alex Custodian is in AFK for now. The issue with sideboard choices is the players with executive dysfunction taking 15 minutes to actually make any choice at all. Yeah, analysis paralysis is a big deal. I feel like somebody with enough executive dysfunction to fully freeze for 10 minutes is also going to struggle to play the game and make decisions during their turn and take forever, right? But yeah, inevitably, if it takes you a long time to make decisions and you get concerned about that, you can just write them down on your list like always, choose the generic ones, and just in your head be like, I know that I myself have this problem that not everyone else shares, and in fact the majority of people don't share. And so I'm going to choose a generic artifact and a generic trait and just run with those for all 5 games during the tournament. And it's going to hurt me a little bit, but the clock is also an opponent. And so I'm just going to do that. And, you know, they're going to be a little worse for that, right? They're not getting an advantage, but players make choices like that all the time. You're a little worse by playing ogres instead of Doc. You're a little worse for choosing your pet unit versus not. It's just one of the many choices you make rolling up to the tournament. And, you know, some players roll up to the tournament without really knowing their own rules and waste everyone's time, and that's rude, right? And I think they oughta. And some people, maybe they have executive dysfunction and they can't help it, but there are things you can do. And so I think it would be good for the game in any case. I'm not saying get rid of handicap parking spots, but I am saying if you are always late to everything every day, maybe leave early. Alex Custodian, welcome.
Welcome. No.
All right.
Hello.
Hello. I think the sound is probably good there
Yeah, it's good on my end.
for audio
I think
levels. Tell us about
for
Slaves to
Slave
Darkness.
to Darkness.
Tell us
Well,
about the Frank Frazetta Fridge
Fridge
Frazetta.
Rosetta. Yeah. By the way, I just turned off stream, so I don't know what anything chat is saying at
Oh
the
yeah,
moment.
that's fine. It's probably better for if you have
For focus.
turning off
Yeah.
the stream is better for like bandwidth a little bit, and then also for an echo, so it's fine. I'll be reading
Yeah.
out funny comments in any case, so I'm just trying to scroll to chaos
Great.
here.
Well, slaves are in, or have been, I would say, all over the place in general, because like start of the edition, you know, the same that can be said from like ogre gluttons, like or slash iron gods. Like start edition, nobody knows how to play. Apply that to chosen and Vanguard, and they obliterate everybody.
Yeah, because
get toned down.
Their default just kind of big damage, just kind of move them around, and so it's good when no one knows what they're going to do. But it's kind of like playing a red deck right at the beginning of standard when no one knows what's good yet. The meta will adapt, and eventually they'll actually be balanced, but they probably catch a nerf.
Yeah,
and
they
then they end up like really bad. Yeah.
Well, they catched early nerfs. Like currently, right now, like I don't know if you saw, but like chosen have been like a reinforced unit has been like 560, 560 to 580, depending on.
Jesus.
Yeah, they're big boys, but so they've been middling for the most part, with a few exceptions, mainly Archeon the Ever Chad, and his 21 knights. Like you just run Archeon, one reinforced unit of knights, two base knights, and a chaos lord, and he picks the artifact and heals Archeon. Like that's one of the success stories. There's Dark Oath. Technically, Dark Oath is viable, only on a technicality.
Okay.
But it's on a technicality because you just pick Bellacore and spam boots on the ground. Like, okay, you have Chieftain with Savagers, they can spam mortals, and then you have Marauders, and when they die, they spam mortals, and then the Wilder Fiends spam mortals. And that's pretty much about it, with the exception of like one player who is like the GOAT. I need to check his name later. Apologies for.
Okay.
But who he played like I think Chieftain is like the basic foot hero, the Arco foot hero. And again, it's not technically because like War Queen, the sick character that I actually like, the model of, it's not that good. It has been getting buffs, but it has been not that good still. And you just mainly spam chieftains on boots. And the Chaos Warriors, you mainly like have like 10 there's the Pokeball. Oh yeah, the early game Pokeball, that was fun. And that may come back, but it's become prohibitively expensive type.
Oh yeah.
That's the best way to describe it. Like, okay, we have the Chaos Warriors side of things becomes prohibitively expensive, but it's still also the main way do you want to play, since shit just works. Like the Dark Oath combos I just mentioned before, those are like, oh, I need to. You're playing. You're. I'm gonna use a Marvel vs. Capcom reference. MBC2 kind of deal. Okay, I can play this. Strider Doom. I can play Strider Doom, or I can just go MSP and beat the fuck out of you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the
I
best
get
way
it.
to describe. I can play Strider Doom, combo shit, do ultra like synergy, left, right, like. But if I touch, I die. I don't got the defense kind of deal. I mean, Strider Doom does have weird forms of defense, but that's like on the competitive side of things. That's the main story. On the casual side of things, that's like there's a specific build. Oh, there was one build where you just pick Archeon, Bellacore, and then some mounted guys, and you just play like Behemoth but better.
Yeah,
Like you're just
Behemoth
playing big
hammer,
dudes.
I guess.
Yeah, you, like okay, you got Archeon, because the point is Archeon wins you the double turn. Be'lakor protects you against double turn. That is, but with this is an extremely hard list since you don't have a true hammer.
Yeah.
Since it's just on Be'lakor and Archeon alone, and you're down like 1,200, I think.
Yeah.
1,200. Like,
1260.
1260 G. Oof.
And so everything else just has to have like legs. It just has to have boots on the ground just to play the game, kind of. Sounds fun though. It sounds like a control build.
That's the special thing, because you played. I remember 4 of the 5 characters. Of my top, it was Archeon, Be'lakor, Centurion Marshal, and the Chaos Lord of Mount. I forgot the 5th guy.
Oh,
Apologies.
So you're the Avengers then. That's funny.
Yeah, you're playing the actual Avengers, and it is actually hard, and it's yeah, because you barely have dudes there. You have a billion abilities, but at least 2 of them are once per turn, once per game. So if you, it's a risk reward kind of deal. Also,
Yeah,
a gamble and all that stuff. You just so yeah, Slave to Darkness. You either going extremely hard or you're going extremely easy. I would say the experience of it has been middling, especially since the battle tome was early.
right.
And as I mentioned before, I'm a Siege and Hellsmith enjoyer. The battle tomes, I would say, is actually night and day. Which ones I prefer?
Having read through the Zinch one on stream,
yeah, I love it so much.
And listening to, because like half of my mods played Slaves to Darkness, and I remember when the book came out, and the Zinch book and the Slaves book, that is a delta that we can't afford to keep having in the game Age of Sigmar. You can't do that.
You can't do that.
It's been 10 years and 4 editions. You have to stop doing that.
Yeah, especially like, at least from a Tinmy perspective, Slave still has like, oh, I can do this. Or like from a Johnny, you can still like go, oh, I can pick the gun summoner and then a multilith, but that's, you have mentioned talked before, like pet unit into pet unit territory, except gun summoner.
Yeah, you're memeing essentially, and it's fine. It's cool when a meme can like possibly work. That's neat, but it is a footnote and not necessarily a gold star.
Yeah, and by the way, something to recall: like the Dark Oath specialty, it was like one dude did it, and then another dude did it because he's the GOAT and he can play basically every army. Again, I'm forgetting. He's on the AoS coach Discord. If you want to know like everything, like most of my main knowledge on the sorry, my dogs is what? Secrets. Let me 1 second.
All right, no problem.
No,
I get what he was saying though. Oh, all right. I was about to fill the time. But yeah, that makes sense. There's a lot of stuff like that is allowed to happen in AoS just because the game is so not competitive, and I'm comparing it to stuff like Magic the Gathering and poker.
Yeah,
and,
like Magic or
poker or like fighting games and stuff. It's just people just don't try that hard because you're not really supposed to, and there's no real reason to. You know, you're not winning Evo and
like
getting
fighting game term.
and getting money. You know, you're getting like a trophy they ordered on Etsy, and you're feeling happy because you played a bunch of games. It's fine, but it does mean that if you treat it kind of like a Magic GP, it means you can take sort of a ham sandwich that is really well tuned and just beat people, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily a meta list, and it doesn't mean that the army is good. It means that one guy was good. The
guy was good.
The player was good.
That's the best way to describe it. Is technically you could do that, but let's say you're not him.
Yeah, but maybe not you could do it. Like he could do that, but.
But yeah, that is just the classic. a more classical average tale of early edition moments,
hmm
but at least it's not like it wasn't the worst downgrade from Index. I still have in my mind an Index because because context. I'm a hardcore chaos, as you can see by my armies. So I
hmm
have like the entire like. If you ask me what the lineage of Chaos Warriors, I can tell you Chaos Warriors are older than Warhammer itself because it's and type shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Because in Brian Ansel owned Citadel Miniatures, and John Blanche and Jess Goodwin had designed the concept of Dark Warriors with kind of realistic ish, not really, big Poljan dark worshipping and
Well, the
like that
oversized
stuff.
pauldron at the time was kind of like a fresh
Yeah,
new thing. It was like, ooh, this is
a fresh
fresh,
new
new, and
thing.
interesting, you know. And now everybody
Mm-hmm.
nowadays, you know, they're like, oh, it looks like World of Warcraft and stuff. And it's like, well, they didn't
Well,
invent that necessarily, but they were the first really to popularize something like that. And 40 years later, we're still doing it. So, well,
mm-hmm. It's the big
more
move.
like 55 years later, but hey, all right. And it predates Space Marines and everything. So
Mm-hmm.
technically, the Chaos Warrior,
Mm-hmm.
and I guess Warhammer, but not even really Warhammer because it predates even that. But yeah, this 40K was the space version of. Well, we could put these guys in space, call them Space
Real.
Marines and Chaos Marines, and we could have them be crazy cops, crazy police
We can give
officers
in
at first
crazy
edition.
cops.
Yeah,
The beautiful rogue trader days.
yeah,
By the way, I'm young, so I'm looking at this as a historian.
yeah.
After 50 years after everybody has died, and we only have like half of a diary that's not burned.
Look, but that's fun too. It's fun to be an
Mm-hmm.
archaeologist sometimes in many ways.
Yeah,
Okay, so Slaves to Darkness, suffering from early book syndrome and kind of bad book syndrome, but still making it work
kind of
with
bad.
the power of stats essentially and some clever
Mm-hmm.
special abilities if you want to be risky.
If you want to
Um,
be risky, but
you
to be honest, it's still, yeah, yeah. It's just you can push your way. It's a solid 7. I would give it a solid 7.
okay?
Mainly because Chaos Chosen exists, and that's fun.
Yeah, and they just went down 20 because they had gone up too high.
Yeah, and they won down 20. Yeah, I've been seeing the a Chaos again. The AoS coach is like my main source of anything like what is
Tournament
good,
related.
what is bad.
hmm
I usually go there to analyze the conversation, and then I go and what are the win rates about? And right now, points down, points up, be mad at least. Yeah, yeah. Anything more you want to know? Like, hey,
Yeah. So,
Archeon, is he good still? It's type shit.
well, he's used in lists, so I imagine he is some kind of good.
Yeah,
Um,
he's kind of good. Niche builds, but at least
he sees play at
he
all, which is something compared to a lot of stuff. Surely in this
uh-huh.
book too. You kind of
It's
already
surely.
explained the variety by telling me what all is good, and so I can infer what isn't by the things that you basically didn't mention at
Mm-hmm.
all.
So
If you had to fix one thing, what's a pain point mechanically in this book that ought to be fixed or looked at in some way?
okay. Uh, do I have to pick only one?
Typically, I let people pick only one unless their book really sucks, and then I let them pick
Okay, so I
two.
will pick only one. Okay, the power fantasy of the Chaos Warriors and the Chosen and the Vanguard are they do the thing that you want them to do. Vanguard are Omega Chats. They obliterate half of our army alone. Like they work. Chosen again, and they still do the thing. The one pain point is that is that as a Chaos fan, I love chaos, and what is the soul of chaos? The mortals, the worshippers, the tribesmen, the you and me living under the yoke of dark gods,
hmm
witnessing all this crazy nightmare and then saying, "Nah, I'm him," and dying later. Dark Oath, man. Yeah, that's just Dark Oath. Just nuke the whole generation. That's what I'm saying. Nuke the whole generation. Like, conceptually, oaths are cool, but you have to jump again. It's the meme of, and then I have to do a handstand on a Tuesday
Yeah.
when in a full moon, and then I get +1 to rent on my chaff.
Yeah.
Wow. So yeah, that's a pain point, specifically because there's only like, okay, we got these not good units, and only half of them are kind of good. Like the Marauders, they have 2 abilities. They die and give mortals. That's good. That's it. That's all they're used, because the other abilities on an 8+, you may get +1 rend. Okay. So to get that, I need to do a hand. I have to beat the odds. And if I want to use that bonus, since we are on a we alternate in combat, I have to give up something. I have to give up somebody hitting me. Okay, we're already going bad.
Yeah.
Do you want to spend bad money after bad kind of deal?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but so yeah, we have this unit who is just one thing, and it's supposed to be the main bread and potatoes, I guess. And then we have this character, and then we have this character who is only does half of the good thing. Yeah, it's just a whole lot of the handstand meme. I would rather go and just redo the thing. Just redo the thing. Either take the fantasy that Beastman had in 3rd edition and give it to Dark Oath. The ambushing from all sides. We are the true. We are the natives of this land, because Dark Oath, that is what I think
that is what they
the
are.
coolest part of them is, that they are the true natives. They are the people who lived before the arrival of chaos and survived the arrival of chaos. So the ambush, the guerrilla warfare, the going that route would be what I wish. But just go anything but having only a single combo be good, and then they die. Okay, yeah, and like the list is like, yeah, Dark Oath, just Dark Oath rules in general would be my pain
from
point.
the ground up. From the ground up, even.
Like,
yeah.
if you're gonna give me an oath, I'm okay with keeping oath. I'm a paladin. I love oaths. Like, paladin fan.
Mhm.
Yeah, slaves to darkness, of course. The dark paladins. If we're gonna allure to that, like, wouldn't it be better to you decide which oath are you taking? Like, you give the player a little wiggle room, like a little. Maybe I could do this. Maybe I could do that. But right now, yeah, it's too static because it's early. It was early battle tone, and the clear choice in stats. Yeah, Dark Oath would be the big fix I would ask for. Apologies if I'm going on circles, since it's pretty much my first time.
Oh, no problem.
Going on object.
No, it's fine. I think it's a good answer because I agree with it. But
there's only 2 opinions.
Yeah, well,
mine
it's
and the incorrect.
yeah. But also, Dark Oath. Creating Dark Oath was a choice that I thought was maybe questionable. But once you do it, you have to make it worth it. Like, for instance, Chaos Dwarves, right?
Chaos Dwarves.
I didn't.
Oh yeah, that's another pain point for me compared to.
I didn't really think that they should put Chaos Dwarves in Age of Sigmar. I felt like it was an old world army. Like, if you want to do it, put it into the old world, because that's where it's from, and give us something new in AoS. But now that they have chosen to put them in AoS, well, that's one of our armies now, and we got to support it. And it should be great and interesting and flavorful now. And so regardless of whether it was a I thought that maybe it was a mistake to do it in the first place. You've done it now, so you got to support what you've done. And so we gotta
Yeah,
have
that's
Dark
something.
Oath do something. You can't just
Do something about it.
have them sit around and
Yeah,
be
that's
like, well, they're like chaos. They're like all of your units already, except worse in every way. Like, oh, okay.
hmm
Well, give them something to do
okay.
then.
Well, yeah,
So
yeah,
I
but
agree.
we don't choose our loves. We don't
Oh
choose our
yeah,
loves.
you can't choose who you love.
Yeah, I'm not gonna talk much about Hellsmith, but I understand the vibe, which is ironic. I remember reading like a post that, hey, why aren't we that well supported when we actually had like 3 reprints? They sell well. It's just we're extremely new, and you are kind of like on a you backhand back. You're like you got your leg shut off because we're going on a reset edition, so you can't go ham. Except they decided to go ham for Siege, which I'm happy, but
Hey,
I'm happy, but
somebody
I
in there
wish we would.
plays Zinch, so I read through the Zinch book and I'm like, hey, do this shit for
Can you do
everybody,
this
why
again?
don't you? This is good. Do
This is
do
good.
do this right here,
Can we just say
but for
do
everybody.
this, but for the entire next edition?
Yeah.
Just everybody gets this. Yeah, that. I did mention in chat I was building Hellsmith with this on the background.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
always
so
good to hobby with.
it's good to have something in the background.
What do you got?
But
Anything
yeah,
else? Any last words for Slaves to Darkness?
any last words for Slaves to Darkness? Archeon did nothing wrong.
True, actually. Give him back the auto kill
Yeah, true. Actually,
and have it work with
Archeon did
Zinch.
nothing wrong.
Yeah.
He's the goat. Sigmar is a bum. Glory to chaos.
He is by far the more interesting character in the setting
Mm-hmm.
to me, but that's just yeah, right. Good work. Thanks for the tour of Slaves to Darkness. Appreciate it. Let's see.
Yeah,
Who are we getting next?
leaving the chat, leaving the voice chat right now. Don't wanna.
Yeah,
If
no big
somebody
deal.
more knowledgeable wants to talk,
Oh yeah.
there's that.
The only reason is we did the other 2 armies you do. We did those yesterday, and I'm trying to get one for everyone.
Damn, I was in yesterday's stream, but I left because I
Ah.
had something to do. So damn, I missed those.
It must have been the imperfect timing because we did Hashish last night.
Hashish. Yeah.
All
So
right.
yeah, I'm leaving now.
TY.
Good luck, y'all.
TYVM. Sigmar's a bum. I spit out my drink. Yeah. All right. Who else we got? What do we still need? Now I am going to scroll through and try to figure out, do we have a table of contents? Because that could actually really help things out here. We have not done Caradron Overlords, Sylvaneth, Hedonites of Slanesh, Nurgle, Night Honkers, Soulblight Gravelords, Cruel Boys, and Sons of Behemoth. We've done a little over half. We can bang through these if people are on. Wish you could play a COS army that did not require you to vote something to Sigmar. Oh yeah, true. GD Panda, do you know S-Blight G-Lords, or are you just repeating the meme? Mechrat can give Spark Notes on Nurgle and Nighthaunt. Played against them semi-recently, but you were on last time, so prior to others. Just meme in the name, no big deal. All right. I would normally like to get a variety of people on, but the show must go on. Mechrat, show up. Pull up then. We'll bang 2 out right quick like. So that's, what is this? Nighthaunt and Nurgle, double N. 33. People tell me this book, this battle tome was good. That's what I heard. I don't know if I believe these people, but they told me it's a good battle tome, sir. And then, but I didn't do it on stream because I was afraid I'd open it up. And they're like, it's a good tome, sir. And then I open it and it's wet, you know? All right, Macrat, back in the chair, back on the throne.
Ooh. The throne. You're being generous today.
To talk about Magakin of Nurgle.
Yeah, I can give the Spark Notes version on them. Basically, my experience into them is that they're really fun and good, and their battle tome was amazing. And Nurgle players are really having a good time.
So just as jolly as their god.
Indeed. They have really pretty solid battle traits. Disease, they made it like not annoying. It's no longer a bad D3, it's just a D3. It spreads a lot more easily now because every time you kill something that's diseased, it has a chance to spread. And then every time you kill a mortal unit, it has a chance to spread. So it's like you're just exhaling goop all over the battlefield constantly.
All right.
And then yeah, so that's pretty good. Their one battle formation, the Taliban, is really annoying because you can like pick an enemy unit to be a plague progenitor, I think is what it's called. And they're like perma-diseased for the whole game or something like that, and they can like spread the disease better. So you can kind of just pick an enemy unit and say, that thing's gonna die really soon, and you can't do anything about it.
Oh, a super spreader.
Yeah, they're super spreader. Yeah. And then just in terms of like fun, they have like honestly one of the most fun and also most oppressive spell lores in the game, in my opinion. Literally all three of them are like absolute bangers. Their unlimited spell is heal and become -1 to be wounded. That's their unlimited spell. One of their offensive spells is like 18-inch have move and maybe nerf your charge if you have a good save. And then their other spell is an 18-inch no commands. So like just 3 absolute bangers.
Wow. All right. That's sick.
They also have a good prayer lore that's like they've got like an anti-charge spell, another defensive spell, and like another defensive spell. Like their best units are just defensive walls made of 1 trillion wounds with good armor and wards, and like yeah, they're slow, but they're like actually unkillable, so it doesn't matter.
Oh, all right. Fire Slayers, I hope you're taking notes at home. This is how you do slow.
Yeah, I believe it's the Rot Swords. They're like 2 health, but a 3-up save, 6-up ward. They have like when you charge them on a 3-up, you can't do commands, so no all-out attackies or all-out defendies. They have like pretty good weapons because they come with crit 2 hits innately, so you can like throw a million buffs on them and they slap. They're kind of just like the do-it-all unit that people play a lot of.
All right. Have they kind of like replaced Blight Lords in that respect?
Yeah, Blight Lords, from what I have seen, are like kind of bad low-key, which is sad.
No,
or Blight Kings, rather.
I meant to say Blight Kings, yeah.
Yeah, they're like, they have like a stupid anti-wizard or anti-priest ability, which is like not what you want them to be doing.
Yeah.
And they also have a 5-up save now for some reason, so.
That's very weird, okay.
Yeah, they made them like a weird anti-priest, because their weapons have like anti-priest, anti-wizard, and they're not durable, but they're like okay in melee, but they're like 4-inch move with no run and charge, so how are they going to get to the fast wizard that they're trying to kill?
Yeah.
Yeah, kind of swing and a miss on the Blight Kings, but most of everything else is pretty sick.
Nice. I can't believe it. This is great.
I know.
Yeah. You love to hear about it. And it's so rare to get a defensive army, or rather, it's so rare to get a 4-inch move army that isn't garbage.
Yeah. Yeah, because they have like some abilities to make them like moderately kind of faster, and they also have some cavalry that's not bad. So
okay.
Like
Usually the way around it is you're really slow, but then you have a few random slingshot moves, however you want to define that. And so
Exactly.
that's usually
Yes.
what happens. Pestigors are
Yeah,
also
like
great, says you know me, kitty.
Pestigors are great. Yeah, they are. Yeah, Plague Drones see play too, just because they're 150 points and they're fast flying, and they have like the dispersed coherency thing, which is fun for gimmicks because they're like the big annoying fly models. So trying to put them within a half an inch of each other is not good. So they've got like the 2-inch coherency, they retreat and charge, and they're like 8 inches flying, which is super fast for Nurgle, and they are pretty cheap, so pretty good. You've got actual tactics units for being a 4-inch move grinder army.
Sweet. How are
Yeah, honestly,
the big boys?
they're pretty good. Glotkin sees a lot of play. He's like a big swinger. Especially with the
Does he
the
still
new
have does he still have Blightkrieg?
They changed it. They made it way less good, but it's still honestly kind of good sometimes. You're gonna get it less often than you used to, but if you do get it off, it's like a game breaking, because now what it does is it's like if he countercharges, he picks 2 other things and they also countercharge for free.
Sweet.
So like you can just countercharge 3 units if you line it up right.
Nice. What about Guo? Potentially, what's his name? Rodicus.
Not as good as Rodigus. Soggy Rodigus was really, really oppressive, but I think he's going away. So maybe we'll see more Guo play.
That is true. The new Soggy or the Saggy or the whatever.
The squishy Nurgle units.
Sure, is Putrid Blight Kings. Okay, so maybe they do something. Honed
maybe
in
they
on
won't
that
be
one.
stupid wizard killers.
And the Sloven Knights.
Yeah, they were just kind of the worst cavalry, so.
Okay.
Festus, I think, is good because he got like the cool new model. And he's kind of big now. He's like 14 health, 4 up, 6 up, or something like that. So he's kind of like a monster light.
All right. Like a mid 200s monster, kind of fitting in like
yeah,
that.
He's 290, 14 health, not super durable, but like he doesn't slap like a monster. Also, he's more of like a support piece. But
do you have to take Slimix in Taliband? No, wait. Taliband is the Tallyman, right? From 40k.
Oh yeah, I don't think he exists anymore.
Yeah, he's gone. He was a Forge World
Epidemus
thing.
or whatever his name was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think he got taken out back. But from what I've heard from my friends who play Nurgle and what I've seen from playing against them, their internal balance is actually not bad for GW standards, especially given how many heroes Nurgle has now. It's like a ludicrous amount. They have like 20 or something like that.
Up there with Fire Slayers.
Well, they just keep giving them like named heroes. They have like a bunch of named heroes for some reason. They have like more than any other army.
Unlife misses Thricefold Befoulment from second. Yeah, true. That was sick. I'm not saying
3 Guos.
It wasn't. I'm not saying it was good, but it was awesome.
Oh yes.
Insert guy standing bravely painting. In my opinion, says Unlife, Nurgle should not have shoehorned in goat guys from the sunsetted old world only army. True, brother. Get them out. Keep them in TOW. If you don't have the decency to keep them in AoS as an army, then don't put a unit or 2 into other people's. Shit or get off the pot. It's either in old world or it's here. None of this halvesies stuff. Somebody else on YouTube says, best thing in Maggotkin is -1 to wound unlimited spell and 90-point bonus wizard in the form of Poxbringer. Easy to make the whole army -1 to wound. Yeah.
Yeah, it is very. And yeah, I mean, yeah, it sucks that Pestigors are like good, but they are good because they're 140 points for 20 wounds and they're faster than everything else in the army, basically. So because you know they're not a slow Nurgle unit; they have a 6-inch move.
Whoa,
instead
that's
of a
that's like an
non-6-inch
elf.
move.
Wow.
I know. So yeah, but yeah, it's Ghouls. I think he'll see some play. He's like a support piece now because he's got a spell that gives disease. He's got like some mortal wounds AoE, and then he's got some. He brings back dead Nurgle units, dead demons.
All right.
So, if like the artifacts or enhancements that Nurgle gets for their squishy rules are like super awesome, you maybe play a Great Unclean one that's like boasting a cool command trait and a cool artifact, but he's probably not worth it right now.
All right. That's not a big deal because you have so many like great cool options.
Yes.
I'd be sad if Great Unclean One was not really playable if he was one of your only 3 heroes, but he's one of your only 16 heroes. So hey,
Exactly.
all right. You just can't fit everything in.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're looking at their battle profiles right now. Yeah, look at how many of those are named.
Yeah.
Belga, Bloab, Cankerborn, Festus,
Yeah,
Gelgus.
Well, they have more named heroes than unnamed ones. As an ogre player, this is shocking to me. I'm looking at the opposite world.
They literally have like 10.
Yeah.
10 named heroes. It's ludicrous. Dude, Ogres is looking over at Nurgle like, please, bro, pass the controller.
Yeah.
You're not playing all 10 of them.
You don't want to take the controller from a Nurgle hand, that's for sure.
No.
They have more named heroes than there are Beast Claw units in the game.
I was gonna say, don't want to take the Nurgle unless you're that one random ogre tribe that figured out how to eat Nurgle creatures.
Yeah.
They got it on lock.
All right. You don't play the army, but if you could change one thing, what needs looking at or fixing here? Or is actually
honestly
this just great?
I honestly, I'm just gonna stamp it, clip it and ship it, as it were. This army is like really cool.
All right.
You know, just like beyond the please internal balance, it's not even that bad with this army. So like, I kind of feel bad saying please internal balance because honestly, everyone that I know that plays Nurgle is having a great time.
All right. I have a thing, but understand that I'm digging for it. All right. And that is in 1 or 2 places, find something of equivalent power that isn't quite so oppressive or toxic, playstyle wise. But that's like, I'm reaching. Anyway, good shit. Hey, whoever wrote Nurgle and Tzeentch and Lumina, you guys just bought yourself a lot of extra work because you have the rest of the battle guns to work on.
That was awesome. Now do it 26 more times for 5th edition.
Yeah, Yunami Kitty, I was going to say make Blight Kings not suck, but then I scrolled down, and that's one of the new HeyWoah scrolls, so they're working on it. Like, hey, all right.
Yeah, we're getting squishy Blight Kings. Hopefully they're awesome.
Yeah. Next up is another N, I think. What was the other one? Night Haunt.
Night Haunt.
The Night Honkers. What are they like? They have a troubled history, Night Haunt.
They're my first army, my first love, and
they have really high highs and really low lows, but in the reverse order.
They've just been all over the place because GW has no idea what they want to do for this army. Like in 2nd edition, they were correct. They were like a stupid, weird, bad summoning tempo army that randomly won the game because you rolled 3 10s to charge in a row.
Yeah, when I first read the book when the army dropped in 2nd, I was reading through its battle traits and I'm like, this is a destruction army in death.
Yes.
In all
correct.
But also in all of the bad ways too, because this shit was like super random and goofy.
Yep.
And with no way of controlling anything. Gee, I hope I roll a 9.
Yeah.
Or no, a 10,
and then,
I think it was, to get the double pile in and fight.
It was a 10.
It was a 10.
Yeah. It's like 2 per game, and one of them's probably going to be with a foot hero.
Yeah, and it was also like every time you're rolling a charge that kind of doesn't matter, you're like, damn, should I not roll this charge, even though I probably should? Because if I get a 10, I'm going to be so sad that it's not the Grimcast Reapers.
Yep.
At the time, then later it was Bladegeist Revenants. But
And then yeah, they were kind of weird during third, and then they were like super oppressive at the beginning of fourth, and then their battle tome came out, and yeesh.
yeah, at the beginning of fourth,
So-
they were once again a destruction army, but not really because they were good. They were like a destruction army if they were elves.
Yes, they were like a destruction army, but the entire destruction army had 14-inch flying and did infinite damage on the charge, and also didn't die.
Yeah.
Don't
Don't you mean all the Nighthaunt players were just good? It just happened to be that they were
yes.
that skilled.
Yes, they were just good. Trust. Don't look too far into it. Okay, so the Spark Notes version of what Nighthaunt is now, shambling, flying tar pit ghosts that do 0 damage, and the entire army is like 6 silver bullets and a bunch of mediocre stats like thrown into a pot, and then I don't know. It like this army is like they went 3 different directions while writing the battle tome, and none of them panned out, and the entire army feels completely unfinished and weird. They forgot to add the damage. Like, you don't have a single unit that actually does damage. I think the best actual damaging unit you have is like 2 attacks, damage 1, 3s and 3s, maybe 3 attacks. But like, remember every cool ghost unit that they had that was like a super glass cannon on the charge, and had like 4 attacks, or was like 3 attacks damage 2? They took like all of those damaging units and then gave them like a stupid defense ability.
Good job, King.
Like, Bladegeists have a thing where you, like, if you roll lower than a 7 to charge, you can't charge them. And they took away their damage. The Banshees have a thing where they like block healing, and they don't do any damage. And you can see where this is going.
Is this like the intent is for like 2nd edition Seraphon, where your war scrolls are bad and you don't do any damage, but you have so many tricks that in their head you're supposed to be like the ultimate point scorers that dance around and just beat people on points?
Yes, but 2nd edition Seraphon had a double shooting command ability and skinks that absorbed 80 trillion buffs to do actual infinite damage.
That is true.
And so like, this book is, imagine all of the war scrolls from 2nd edition Khorne. So like, all of the war scrolls are terrible and don't do anything, but they would be good if you could give them buffs. But all of the battle traits forgot to include the buffs in them, and you actually just got Zeech's battle traits.
Okay. So this could be an army that if that one guy who plays Dark Oath, who's really good, like he could win with this, but it wouldn't be fun for anyone, and no one else wants to do that. And it should be an Age of Sigmar army instead. Obi Watts, thanks for the tier 1 for 53 months. I appreciate it. TY. TYVM.
So yeah, there's a few problems. The biggest problem I think that this army has is they kept Ethereal, but they changed all of the saves from 4-ups to 6-ups, and then they gave them a 5-up ward instead of a 6-up ward. So your entire army is Ethereal 6-up into 5-up ward. So if you run into anything that reduces or takes away ward, you actually just die. You actually just die.
All right, so this one is a not rewrite from the ground up. This is reimagine. We need to figure out what this army is even supposed to be doing.
Yeah, Nighthaunt and Slaanesh, man, they're still throwing darts at the dartboard.
Yeah, and they've reinvented KO every time, but at least they consistently know what they're trying to do with that one.
Yeah, so I don't even remember what's squishy units. They're getting Squishy Coach and Squishy something.
Black Coach and Spirit Host. That ancient swirly thing, yeah.
I think people liked the squishy coach. I didn't play against it that often, but I think people liked it, so that's maybe why it's coming being transferred back over. The real shame here is that like they have a bunch of random war scrolls that are really cool and do cool things. Like Lady Olinder has cool abilities and is nigh impossible to kill because she has a funny ability where she can't be hit on or wounded on 1 through 4s. So you're hitting on 5s and wounding on 5s against her with
Oh, that's
anything.
cool. All right.
But and then her spell is like ignore all positive modifiers to everything, saves, hits, wounds. So she like
Okay.
she can like turn off a bunch of buffs for a unit for a unit, but then they made her 320 points. So like
That's a lot.
yeah, that's a lot. She's not that impactful. She's just annoying.
Not impactful, but
Yeah.
annoying. Well, it's a perfect representation of what I'm hearing about Nighthaunt.
Yeah, you just kind of like have a frustrating 5 turns against them running away and kind of being annoying and like maybe scoring well. But then by the end of the game, they died and nothing of yours died and you realize nothing really happened and suddenly the game's over.
That's the Nighthaunt promise. That's true. Hey, all right. Okay, well, it was very interesting hearing Nighthaunt right after Nurgle. This is
Yes.
You're giving your speech in front of class right after the straight A student. That's a hard act to follow. But also, I guess I'll say what I said to the, I don't know, was it the slaves guy? It might have been the slaves guy, but we can't be doing this. We can't have a Nurgle book and a Nighthaunt book in the same edition like this.
No.
So we gotta fix that. It's been 10 years.
No, the Nighthaunt book is like a gas leak. It's like, what happened here? Like,
it's possible.
This is so.
It's possible they ran out of time because they have to reinvent the wheel every single 3 years, and so it is a good idea, perhaps, to do a reset edition so you don't have to rebuild the scaffolding of the entire edition for 1.5 out of every 3-year cycle, so you have no time for half of the battle tomes. Maybe this is thinking long term. We'll see. Absolute copium.
I really want to know what the I really want to know what they were thinking when making the Nighthaunt battle tome. I want to see what the vision was, but it just did not come together. It's very, very half baked.
Let's see. I'm gonna choose a random unit here. Bladegeist Revenants, okay? Their damage profile at the very end of their damage profile is the number 2 instead of 1. Now what does the army look like?
Now the army is just spam as many units of Bladegeist as you can and then run a couple foot heroes because Bladegeist are now the only thing in the entire book that does any semblance of damage. Like, I'm not even kidding to you.
So it becomes what is it? A house of cards.
Yeah.
One of those.
Yes.
All right, so it is that bad then. It's not it's not like play 2 units of those and then your other funny guys to support. It's like, no, you just spam them.
Yeah, like I just pulled it up in Sigdex and I looked at the Bladegeist War Scroll, the Grimghast War Scroll, and then the Dreadscythe Heritance War Scroll, which are traditionally the 3 damaging units. Each one of them costs roughly 200 points, is 20 wounds on a 6-up, 5-up, and is rocking either 2 attacks 4s and 3s or 3 attacks 4s and 4s, damage 1. Like, what are we doing here?
All right. Hey, it was a challenge. Let's make an army that can't do any damage in the damage game.
Yeah.
Hey, all right. It's possible to make a really good army that just doesn't do very good damage. It's just as it's possible to make a really slow army that's good. It just requires a little finesse. And then the way you play it, probably what they were thinking was, we're going to make the ultimate finesse army. But it's possible it's possible they're not good at making the ultimate finesse army because that's Slaanesh too. Now that I think about it.
Yeah. Or Tzeentch even.
Well,
You remember the
I don't
meme
know
at
that-
the start of?
I don't know that I would call.
Sorry, go ahead.
I don't know that I would call Zinch a finesse army. I would call it a. I would call it a cheating combo army, and
Yeah.
that's not derogatory. That's cool, and that fits
It's a
perfectly.
compliment.
Like Cruel Boys is a cheating army, and Zinch is a cheating army, and that's fine. Cheating armies are good.
Yeah.
Then there's control armies, and control armies are dangerous because everyone hates control. Say, as in Magic,
Yeah.
as in
Yeah.
keep away in fighting games. Like
Yep.
everyone hates control, so you have to be careful with it. But it is a legitimate archetype that needs to exist if you want to keep a metagame in check.
Agreed. You need something to keep the super melee bruiser armies from just running over
From
everyone.
just being a gorilla, and then whoever's
Yeah.
the biggest gorilla wins, or the fastest
Yeah.
one, or whatever. What were you gonna say?
So you remember the meme at the start of 4th edition where they like when Rat Mose was doing all the videos and talking about all these awesome changes they made to the game, and it was the tap the sign like, please keep in mind that we've adjusted the damage numbers of every single unit in the game. So
Yeah.
when you see your new War Scrolls, you may be surprised. So that was a lie for every army except Nighthawk.
Yeah.
They just
And then, well, the thing is, people found the damage, and it actually was in some way more, depending.
agreed.
But that's fine. It's fine. Nighthawk, dude, right around the corner. So they got Black Coach and the Spirit Host. So they're not working on the other stuff, but I think the answer here is let's try again.
Yeah. Back to the drawing board with this one.
Yeah. All right. TY for the impromptu
Yep.
have played against it. But I
Yep.
knew it would, as we taper off into the final 5 or something like that, I knew it would be tricky to, on a random Tuesday at 10 p.m., find somebody in chat that has a microphone and actually plays 4th edition AoS and plays one of the underplayed, perhaps even underserved armies.
Yep.
So, hey, all right.
Hey, man, I'm just happy to be here.
Yeah. All right, good work. I'm going to do one more call out here for people for a few of these armies. Oh, Latino Hawk could do Cruel Boys. Step right up. Get your Cruel Boys, yeah? Because I want to hear about Cruel Boys because I would like to end on a high note. I heard some good things. And by good things, I mean they just did the index thing again, which was okay. Like, it was fine. You didn't have to kill it. But you just play against them. That's fine. I'm looking for the cliff notes anyway. These aren't deep dives. These are so tell me about this thing, All right, 52. Need Skaven? No. We Skaven is so popular. We did Skaven yesterday, and 2 people happened to already be in the Discord, and they're like, oh, we can both, and they just bounce back and forth with the Skaven. Skaven's a really popular army. It's the one army that the most people have offered for. Appreciate it, though. All right, Latino Hot coming in hot for King K Cool Boys. At the risk of showing my hand, tell me the good news.
Good news, for what I've played against, I've been playing against. They still kept the killer boss with the corpse ripper vulture, so it still has the good trampling charge,
Mm-hmm.
which is always nice. They seem to have lost the good, like, what was it called? It was the swamp horde bullies
All right.
for their battle formations, but I mean their spell list is insane. They for some reason they kept Mystic Shield, and then they have another basic Mystic Shield on their Swamp Caller Shaman. So
Nice.
it's like, why they can still jam up the board. They still have all the movement with the abilities of sneak in. They did move around, so it's no longer all in the same phase. So now sneak in, they did nerf it a bit. It used to be any movement phase where you could deep strike, but now they put it at the end of, or they put it at any hero phase, so that way your opponent can react to the deep strike instead of your opponent setting up, going towards one of your units, and then you just deep striking it away with a successful sneak in roll.
All right.
So that's one of the positive parts from what I've seen. They're relatively tough for army that's based on a 5-up armor because of the abilities of just, we all know Mystic Shield was a mistake. So
Mhm.
what else would I was saying? Because I run the events, and one of my players was just having all that there.
Oh, nice. I heard
Um,
something I heard that was a very recent change, possibly for this GHB or this season, was Crew Boys got a rule change where it's like you can do, instead of like once per turn for any trick, it's like either once per phase, or you could just
yeah, it's a
try
once per
each one once or
phase.
something like that. Yeah, so your
Yeah,
number of
so
tricks
you
you
could
can
just,
try just recently went up by a lot, or
so
rather
quite literally
went back to
now
where they
you could
were.
do the just chucking dice at it and trying to chase
Right.
the so in the beginning it was save your dirty tricks for last season at least. Save your dirty tricks for the ones that you need, which is the strike last, the movement, the venom encrusted weapons that you wanted. Now it's, you could do it per phase, and so that means you get 10 shots. If you really want it, do them. You get 10 shots on.
You're just
You,
spamming dirty tricks all game.
Yep.
See,
Yep. And the highest it gets to is a 5-up.
Is a 5, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think that's even bad. In fact, I think that's good. I think that's funny. I
Yeah,
don't know
no,
the gameplay implications of it exactly, power level wise, but I think that's funny and it fits.
I definitely do. I think it fits as well. Also, the other thing I forgot to mention, remember when Gobstrack was really good because people were chucking 4 dice, and then Gobstrack
Yeah.
was like, "Hey, I'm going to dispel this spell, and now you're taking the 4 dice worth of damage."
Yeah, the Blizzard season. Yeah.
Yeah, Gobstrack now has that his dispel damage thing. Now it's just once per turn. So they changed it from a once per battle to a once per turn. So that's actually
nice.
gives him
Cool.
some play, from my understanding of it. Gives him some play, and then that way you don't have to play this stupid freaking centaur. But
don't like the centaur. Don't like Master Blaster. All right.
If your army has to play it, you know your army's bad. That's just how it works.
I'm sorry. I thought you meant the
No, I meant Kragnos. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought you meant the Break-A-Boss on Meyerbrut Trog. I thought you were talking Master
he's
Blaster.
good. He's really good.
Because I recall him being like a little smash bat that was kind of a meme, but also kind of good, like just fun.
Yeah, no, he's good. He's fun.
You were talking about Kragnos. I didn't even think of Kragnos because to me, he's not in the army.
Yeah.
Because he's not a cool orc. He's a stupid centaur instead, and you don't have to play him.
Like you said before, and I think how everybody in the community feels, if you have to play him, your army's bad.
Yeah. Well, maybe not your army, but it means your book is bad.
Yeah, not sure. But there was that. I'm pretty sure we're losing, if I remember correctly, I think we're losing the Akshi, or not the Akshi, the Sagi Great Nashtooth, if I remember correctly.
No, he's back. Scourge of Akshi.
Oh, is he back? Okay.
Kill a boss on Great Nashtooth. So he's one of the ones that got carried forward.
That one was a really fun one, especially since he has his own trick of, as long as he's within 6 inches of a board edge, he could blink to another 6-inch board edge, not outside of 9.
Okay.
So he would go from one side to the other, grab objectives that were left in your opponent's territory, and then come back in. And then he also had the ability to grab and drag out supportive heroes. So supporting heroes like wizards and buff pieces.
Okay, yeah. He's like a chain trap guy, yeah.
Yeah, he was Scorpion Get Over Here style. so he was able to just grab it. So I know a lot of people were able to really enjoy that style, and I'm pretty sure for the next book they're just gonna have him have that rule because it was just so well received by everybody.
Yeah, that's one of the nice things about these rules is that they're clearly beta testing to see what people like for future
Mhm.
books and editions and stuff. The other one is Scourge of Akshi, kill a boss with stab grot.
I have
I
no idea what they're gonna do with him. I remember
something.
that he has like a 1 turn 5-up or 4-up ward because the grot gets chucked at the person.
That's funny.
It was really
At least that's nice. I've
it
never
was
heard of
really
this
weird.
guy before. Merc Knob with Belch Banana.
Yeah, Belchabana.
Whose man is this?
From what I remember, he was seeing some play at the beginning because he would provide, I think, a 6-up ward within 12 or 18. I'm
Okay.
not sure, but it was when you were trying to do the 40 gut rippers. Remember at the very beginning of
Yeah.
fourth, I believe, the 40 gut ripper
Infinite
list.
mortal wounds, the
Yep,
army,
yep, yep.
but nothing else. Like just nothing else.
Yep, that he was in that in order to provide a ward save to everybody with it around him.
So what do you do for
But
damage? Are you still getting critical hits on gut rippers and stuff, or what are we doing?
yeah, I think from what my understanding of it, critical hits from gut rippers, the vulture does do because they also had the ability for to leave, like the sneaking the
Oh yeah,
slimy git or whatever like that. So he would run in, trampling charge,
I think
deal
it was
you.
the slimy cowl or the clammy hand. I can't remember what the
No, those are
goopy ass thing. That's Gloomspite.
Gloomspite gits. It was
Gloomspite had their meatball
slippery scumbag.
could bounce out of combat, right? That's what it
Yeah,
does.
yeah, it was on a 4-up bounce, runs out of combat. So he would
Super
go in,
sick, super good.
do a ton of damage, try to leave, and then he's not terrible when he was in combat either. It was just one of those where it's like, cool, I'm gonna pin you with 2 big monsters, and then I'm gonna leave because I'm just gonna try to deal a ton of mortal damage on with one of them and such, and then I'll activate the other one properly because you just took a ton of damage, and so hopefully this will just nerf you
Yeah.
into the dirt. So
All right, so not so bad, and we got some weights from Naruto, kind of taking off their legs in a certain respect here with some funny, dirty trick spamming.
yeah, I can't wait to see the everybody chucking as many dice as possible because it's gonna be funny.
Yeah.
The other thing does suck is that the Snatcher boss on Sled Draker Beast. Remember how it used to be that the back in third it used to be one of the terrifying pieces of damage.
Yeah.
Then they had to make a Sagi for Slumdrick because nobody wanted to play him. And now the Sagi for Slumdrick and the regular Snatcher boss are just out away. And you know that they know it's going to be bad when in this update they dropped Slumdrick already down to 80 points. So it's like, all right, we know when you guys aren't going to play this because for some reason our name character has to deal with Hobgrots.
Yeah.
So
kind of a mixed bag, but overall good.
Yeah. I have a feeling that this is going to be pretty decent for them, from my vision of it. The fact that the Nash Tooth is still staying around, like I said, I think everybody in the community enjoys that ability to do that tricksy things with him, which does help because let's face facts, without the Cruel Boys, a lot of the Johnny aspects of destruction aren't there.
Yes.
It's very few things that would be very few people would be very few Johnnies would be catered to in destruction. So
yeah,
given one army all the tricks
at random moments throughout history, it kind of used to be Gits for some Johnny stuff and Cruel Boys, and everybody else is to a fault straightforward.
Yeah, and unfortunately, without the extreme movement of Iron Jaws anymore, you don't even have like the little tricks with Iron Jaws.
Yeah, or setting
really
up a proper smashing and bashing kind of thing.
Yeah,
stuff
so
like that.
like even that went away. But overall, for the Cruel Boys, I think that they're looking good going into the new season.
All right, hell yeah.
So
you don't play them, but you have watched them, I guess. So what's one thing that you think is a pain point needs looking at?
Honestly, like what I'm looking at the why is the monster killers, the gut rippers, are your two, like, they're such main units and mainstays in the army that you're almost always seeing monster killers, which is a Warcry unit. It always bugs me when I see that. I'm like, why is this Warcry unit better than the Beast Killer the Killbow, even the Bolt Boys? Like, it always throws me off. So I'm like, can we bump up the Bolt Boys? Can we bump up a little bit more of the actual units that were meant for it, not from a different game? Kind of do.
Yeah, that makes
Like, can we
sense.
bump up their effectiveness? And then I don't know. Can we also kind of just cut the hop grots? But that's just me.
It's also me, but I don't play the army, so my opinion doesn't matter. But yeah,
I'm in the same boat with you.
don't like them. They're the Noblars of this army.
Exactly.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right. Have a
good
good one.
shit. All right, we're winding down to the last few. If anyone has one that we haven't done today or yesterday, let me run through them really quick. The ones that we still need are Sylvaneth. Nobody's done Sylvaneth yet. Nobody's done KO yet. Hedonites of Slanesh, although perhaps no surprise there. Soulblight Gravelords and Sons of Behemoth. I think we're getting to the point where we might not find anyone. It's kind of no surprise that some of these haven't been chosen, but I'm kind of wondering about S-Blight G-Lords. People say that Sylvaneth are good. So there's that. Anyway, I won't be belaboring the point. The show must go on. Hey, we got through almost all of them, which is pretty cool. I wasn't sure how this was going to work out. Just going live with no plan and being like, well, let's see if people play this shit in the chat. And we hit like 20 out of 25 armies. YouTube does have a delay, and so I'm kind of doing this to wait. As we players are shy, apparently. They're middling at best, either talking about SOB or Storm Vermin. I would imagine it applies to both, if I may be so bold. And some good Skaven info in the YouTube chat if anyone wants to check that out. All right, hey, good shit. We got through almost all of them before EQL day, which is tomorrow. And normally I don't stream so often, but I finished a huge project so that I could stream more in the short term. Thanks a lot for all the help. I know for some people it's a little rough just getting pulled in and talking in front of a crowd, but good shit. Good job. Thanks for watching. I have learned a lot about what has happened in my hibernation. Waiting for either Ogres to get refreshed or this edition to finally end. And we can bring in a little more of that zany gameplay, a little more options, a little more... maybe we could loosen some of the red tape. Not quite so much. This land enters tapped. You can only do this once per turn with a finality counter on it. No fun loud stuff in the core rules here and there. You haven't been able to play any S-Blight G-Lords, or you would? Yeah, no big deal. Don't worry about it. Continued short streams to go over the actual Soekwi reveals. Yeah, I think so. I don't want to do 2 7 hours in a row necessarily. But I would imagine that the EQL servers are supposed to come up at noon tomorrow, and I bet that the login servers will be getting it. And so I'll have plenty of time to look over them at some point for the rest of the week. But appreciate everyone showing up. Thanks a lot for tuning in. Thanks for the subs and the bits and the primes. I'll see you guys tomorrow for something completely different.